Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the fair use doctrine as defined by 17 USC 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation.
It's now open. You may be seated.
All right, so I was told, counsel, Mr. Alessi, you wanted to see me?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you want to come to sidebar?
Start at sidebar and then
Sure.
we'll go from there if we could.
Okay.
Good morning, good morning. I thought, you know what, while we're at sidebar, I'll come in and say hi. It's been a little bit. I don't think really came in and talked about this trial yet, but or came in and talked to you like I normally do during trials. But I thought, you know what, let's change that. So right now they're on sidebar, not sure what's being discussed, but it looks like there's some sort of an issue that Mr. Alessi wants to bring up. But hopefully everyone's having a great morning. And we are on day 21, if you can believe it, of the Karen Reed case. So um, much different case than what we saw in the first trial. I will say that. I will say that it's definitely been a different presentation. Hank Brennan, clearly showing that he's a defense attorney by trade, and he's trying this case. My dad did that on a couple of cases, but he's putting together a story and he's telling a story. And if you notice with the news clips and the way he's doing it, what he's doing is he's building his argument. He's going to make his case in closing arguments, and he's going to say that this is a simple case. This is a case that the defense is trying to muddy up the waters. They're trying to throw all these potential, um, conspiracy theories out there, that there was evidence tampering, that there was this, that there was that. But what this really comes down to is it's really simple. Occam's razor, simplest explanation fits here, and that is there's a relationship that's disintegrating, and there's a reference made to which was this came out in Jen McCabe's testimony. There's a reference made to a previous girlfriend when she references the girl's house in relationship to where the Alperts are at. This sets in motion an argument in the car. It accelerates. Karen Reed's drunk, real easy, gets out of the car, and then really the only issue for the jury is manslaughter, or do we believe it's something more serious than manslaughter? And that's where he's going with this. And I don't think we're going to see the Alberts on the stand. I don't think we're going to see the parade of witnesses that we saw. It doesn't appear, at least to me. I think they're going to leave that to the defense to put on and make their case. And that's going to make it more difficult. And of course, Brennan knows this because he's a defense attorney. In order for them, if he doesn't introduce those witnesses, they have to put the witnesses on, and then Bev Canone can jump in and interfere with how much they get to testify, what they get to testify to, because the defense is bringing them in and presenting the evidence, and they have to get in things themselves as opposed to letting them come in on direct and talk about the evening and talk about this and talk about that. They've got to kind of do almost like they're going to have to introduce them as a hostile witness, and they're going to have to cross them as their own witness. And it's a much different scenario than what happened the first case, where they brought all these people in and the defense was able to come out of the gate cross-examining these witnesses and bringing up all the things that they already know are going to come up when these people get in. But Bev Canone can work to limit that. Now, of course, things are not that simple, because this case is not that simple, because there are a lot of problems with the case, and there's a lot of there are a lot of unexplained things and a lot of questions that continue to get raised with every single witness. And if you're paying attention, if you're looking in, if you go back and we've got all the no breaks caught up, you're going to see that we've included a section of all the questions each day brings out of it, and all those questions represent reasonable doubt. Because if there's a reasonable doubt, if there's a question about something that the jury doesn't have answered, that allows them to come back and a quick care and read. And there are lots, right? There are lots. And one of them, which is always hung out there for me, is why would a police officer who has another police officer who's on his property on the ground, hurt, why is that police officer not outside assisting? Why would he not be coming outside and assisting? And you're going to tell me he doesn't know what's going on? Now, I understand Brennan made the point that there were neighbors that didn't come out, but none of those neighbors were police officers. None of them were hero cops, and he doesn't come out. None of those police officers were up at 2 o'clock in the morning talking to another police officer who we know was involved in a relationship or attempting to be involved in a relationship with Karen Reed, who we know, and we know this guy is upset about this. And we see, there's video from the waterfall that will eventually be introduced that's going to show that there appears to be something going on. And then we know there's messages, and that one of the final messages to the man who's laying on the ground there comes from Brian Higgins, who says, "Are you coming?" And those people are all talking. Now, the thing is, here is Karen Reed's defense doesn't have to prove that Brian Higgins did this. They don't have to prove that anybody did anything. They just have to prove that it's possible. And that's why I think this case is going to be, again, as you look at it, I don't believe there's going to be any way, in my opinion, that you're going to find 12 jurors when they look at this case, if the defense gets to present the case they want to present, that they're going to say is it beyond a reasonable doubt that Karen Reed was the one that was responsible. Could she have done this? Of course. But also, there's a lot of other questions. There's a lot of questions with the phone data. There's a lot of questions that they can't be eliminated. Now, the problem here is as we're watching this, we've already seen a trial, the first trial. So we're aware of a lot of stuff. This jury gets to look at the evidence that's been put forth in the courtroom. And this is a much harder thing for us, especially people deeply involved in understanding this case, to set aside what they've seen, what they've heard. Um, and welcome, Kevin. Looks like Kevin just became a member. Thank you so much, sir. Just saw that here, so thank you for becoming a member here. That's amazing, and welcome to the Justice Watcher family. Um, but so I think it's going to be a difficult situation where, for us, when we have all the knowledge and all the things that we know about, all the corruption and all the things that we're aware of, that jury isn't aware of it. It's just like with the Ty Tucker case. When we go to watch the Ty Tucker case, we never got a chance to watch a retrial with all the knowledge we had. And of course, others who had that knowledge in the first trial are watching it. It hits totally different, because we know about things that the jury doesn't have any clue about. This jury is coming into that box and they're getting presented with the evidence. So for them, when they get back to that jury room, they're sitting here thinking to themselves, okay, well, the state just presented this case, that we've got phone evidence that suggests, again, like Hank Brennan's trying to put together, where the text stream event occurs. And he says, well, this aligns with this. Well, here's the problem. There were 30 text stream events in the last 6 months before. That text stream event means nothing. Okay. But this is Hank Brennan telling a story. This is what Hank Brennan is going to argue to the jury when he gets that jury twice. He gets, I think, twice. Maybe, I know Boston, actually. I think Massachusetts is the state. I might be confusing it with New Hampshire, but they don't let the state go first. They let the defense go first, and then the state just wraps up. But regardless, he's going to get that final moment with the jury where he's going to argue all these things, and he's going to say, this is a really clean case. This is a case where there's a lady here who is simply not wanting to take responsibility for what happens. Age old. People are fighting. The relationship's ending. They're arguing. She gets massively drunk, which again, there's there's questions about the blood sample. There's questions about the process they use. There's questions. But here's the thing: when it comes down to it, Hank Brennan can say, "Listen, if she should be at 0.28 up, with that's a she's got a long way to fall before she's not legally drunk. So if you find she's legally drunk and she operated a motor vehicle and she strikes this man, it's clean cut, simple. We've got respected police officers that they're trying to accuse, and what they're going to do is because they're not going to introduce these people, and I don't believe they will. I could be wrong; they might be coming this week, but I don't think they are. They are going to let the defense do that. And then they're going to be able to sit in the position to argue. See, this defense is trying to make all these accusations. So they're, instead of making them part of their case, they're going to make the defense make the case against them, which leverages Hank, which puts Hank Brennan in the situation that he can argue that this is a desperate attempt by Karen Reed to cover up what she did. Now, like I said, with all of us knowing how this is the problem where corruption runs wild. This is why they say, this is why prosecutors can argue anything they want, and they can make a case against anybody because they have the ability to limit, especially if you have a judge like Bev Cannon in your pocket, they can limit what the jury sees. They can make the jury see what they want them to see. Now, for me, I think, and this is where I hope the defense runs into, one of the biggest things that's come out, and this was in the last few days, last week, is this whole tech stream event puts the phone in John O'Keefe's hand. And this is something that must be argued to the jury, in my opinion, because this to me is something that will resonate with jurors back there, I think, when they're looking at this, to remind them of this. What the state's saying, what Brennan's going to argue is that John O'Keefe gets out of the car, and we know he's operating his phone. He's closing it, phone in hand. We know it's in hand. We know it's not in pocket because it's found underneath him. So what this means is what Hank Brennan's going to argue is that she shoots that car like a rock at 75% max speed and strikes him. What we're supposed to believe is that she strikes him, and this phone goes flying in the air, right? And somehow it doesn't go flying in the air. It just somehow drops right behind him where he lands on top of it. And it doesn't break. It doesn't have any signs of water damage. Doesn't have any signs of impact. But we have a car, 75% max speed, hitting this man, and this phone goes flying in ice on pavement. Okay. And, my wife the other day dropped her phone in the bathroom, and it became clear to me, and we have screen protectors on it, and it cracked her little piece of her screen protector. I had to buy a new screen protector. And I'm like, wait a minute. There's no damage to the phone. There's nothing. The phone's just positioned right under him. How did that happen that way? There's no way. There's no way. So, and that's what makes the case, the state's case, a joke, in my opinion. Because if that phone's not broke, the case is a joke. That's it. Bottom line. Because that phone is the key with the way they're laying it out. And it's great because the state is stuck with that. They're stuck with putting that theory forward. But the defense gets to now say, wait a minute, this is what you're saying happened. And the state doesn't get to go, well, it could have been this and it could have been that. They're saying this is what happened. And we are agreeing that the phone was out. We're agreeing that the phone was in his hand. We're agreeing that the two events, allegedly the tech stream event, which they're alleging was the collision. And now we're going to say, okay, so now it gets to be all about what happened with that phone. If he gets collided with and he is hit, would the phone be okay? Would the phone somehow end up under him? And it wouldn't be knocked completely sideways somewhere over in the snow, getting waterlogged and all that. No, it ends up perfectly underneath him. How does that happen? Well, how that happens is because if he wasn't hit by a car and he was actually assaulted inside the house and he ends up in the house, and the tech stream event is nothing more than a break, a hard break, because she's drunk and she's trying to make a 3-point turn and get the hell out of there, and she's angry. And the tech stream event has nothing to do with that. And he goes in and he happens to make it in the house as they're walking away because they're angry, because they're upset, and whatever. And then he gets assaulted in the house, and then somebody goes out there, and what do we have? We have DNA. Remember, the DNA tells the story too, which luckily the state's putting it up. Where's the DNA at? Upper arms, legs. right where people will be touching him or moving your body. And there's 2 other unknown sources of DNA. Could they have tested everybody else in this case? They absolutely could have. That's a question that goes, why would you not test it? How is there 2 other people's DNA, unknown sources of DNA besides his own, on his clothes? And they could have tested it. They could have eliminated it, but they didn't. So those are things that, again, those are questions. Those are questions that need to be that the state has an obligation to answer. And when you have a phone that shouldn't be where it's supposed, that doesn't make sense to be where it's supposed to be at, you've got marks on his body that don't make sense. You've got injuries that don't make sense. You've got a medical examiner, the last testimony we just had, who can't rule out what the defense is saying happened. And then, of course, if the defense gets to fully put everything in, shows and demonstrates that Brian Higgins, who happens to be one of the final text messages, okay, one of the final text messages to John O'Keefe asking if he's coming. And this is a guy who has romantic interest in John O'Keefe's girlfriend, and he's just had to sit at a bar and watch them interact and get ignored by her. And he's been drinking all day. I don't see how any jury could sit here and say beyond a reasonable doubt that what happened, that Karen Reed was responsible or that he was responsible. But again, like I said, Hank Brennan can argue whatever Hank Brennan wants to argue. But that to me is something that is a huge weakness that I hope the defense exploits. Because there's to me, it's inexplicable to explain how that phone ends up underneath him when there's no good reason for that, and that the phone ends up in pristine condition, that it's not broke, it's not chipped, it's not hurt, there's no signs of what we would expect to find with that. So those are the things that to me are sticking out right now. And like I said, there's a wealth of questions, which I will hopefully get deeper into as we're going. But I wanted to check in with you guys and just say hi on stream. Let you know I appreciate everybody who's coming in and out and watching this. Leave a comment. Make sure you check out the descriptions as you're watching these videos and the no breaks, especially the no breaks. The no breaks tells the story of where the case is at. It highlights a lot of important information that occurred in the day. So even if you don't want to go watch the whole no breaks edition, check out the description of it because it's going to communicate with you. And then of course the individual moments, clips, and testimonies that we feel are important, we're going to be putting out. And that's a deeper dive into a particular moment that we think has impact. And if you go and you utilize both the testimony and clips playlist and the no breaks, it's going to give you a lot of a real solid understanding of what you're seeing, the legal issues that are being raised, what's happening in the courtroom, things of that nature. And then, of course, I'm going to try to be more interactive now that things seem to be settling down. We're getting a little better hold over things. I'll hopefully be coming in and out to talk to you guys and tell you what I'm thinking as we're watching this together and watching this unfold. And then I hope to be able to I was supposed to be doing a somewhat daily podcast with my good friend Jody Bolt over at the Defense Rest, which go catch her. She's got a fantastic database that she put together, and I'm very hopeful that I will be able to get into doing that. Like I said, we ran into this trial once again. This trial represented the beginning of just some YouTube drama where I got hit with a copyright that I beat. It was not correct, but it caused all sorts of problems at the beginning, and then on top of that, I've had some unbelievable things happen with the family. My wife's mother passed away unexpectedly. Her father's battling cancer, and we're having to help with all of that. And then my son ended up having an expected surgery, but there was some complications with it that ended up putting me on the road between me and Washington, D.C. And it's just been a real crazy situation. And then we're trying to also deal with getting our roof repaired, which has been kind of put on hold because we've been in and out of town so much. So just a lot of things. And then we ran into fiber issue or internet issues, which we got all taken care of. And it's just been a really challenging time during the beginning of this trial. So I have not been as involved as I would like to be, especially in a case that I believe is very interesting. Now be sure to also check out our coverage of the Dominguez case. That's a case we're not carrying the normal caseload we have in the past because we had to scale back a little bit. But the one case that I'm keeping on and covering is the Dominguez case out in California. It comes on every day at 12. The case starts airing about 12:30, 1 o'clock. And due to the way the feed is that I'm getting a hold of, sometimes I'll start it later and do an evening feed, or sometimes I've been started a little late and try to get ahead of it. But because they don't always it's there's delays and things because the judge is delaying the broadcast, so it kind of wreaks havoc with trying to get a schedule together, and it's just it's a mess. But we're putting it together and we're staying with it because it's an extremely interesting case, and it's a bifurcated trial, meaning in California it's not a matter of what did he do this. It's a matter of is he mentally was he mentally ill when he did this. And in California, it's really interesting because there's two parts to the trial. There's the guilt. You have to plead guilty, not guilty twice, which he did. And he gets to have two separate trials with the same jury. Right now, he's having the guilt phase. Now, they can still, interestingly enough, argue. They cannot argue insanity, but what they can argue is that he didn't have the mens rea, meaning he did not have the intent to do this. And he can argue that in the element of intent. So he can argue that mentally he could not formulate that, but they can't put doctors on. They can talk about it. They can talk about how he was. I think they can do a little, they're very limited. But if the jury finds him responsible and says, okay, state proved beyond a reasonable doubt he did this, which they're going to, then you move into the second phase. And this is where it gets really confusing for a lot of people when you're following the California process, because then what they're going to do is they're going to then they actually have a full trial on whether or not he was mentally ill or not. And then they literally have three verdicts that they can do. Not guilty by reason of insanity, which means he gets locked up in a mental hospital. And in California, it's pretty much the rest of his life. Or guilty but mentally ill, meaning he's mentally ill, but the mental illness did not get in the way of his decision to do the crime. But he's going to get medical treatment, and he gets similar to what we saw in the Chloe driver case. Or three, guilty, meaning they affirm the guilty verdict and say he's not mentally ill at all, he's faking. I don't believe in this case you're going to get that one. It's going to be a difference between either guilty but mentally ill or not guilty by reason of mental illness or insanity. So that's going to be it's scheduled to be a 8 to 10 week trial, because right now we're in week 3. We just finished week 3 of the trial of the guilt phase, and then once they get done with that, then there's going to be a huge fight over his mental state. Now, in the event that they would find him not guilty in the case in chief, because they would say, okay, he's not able to formulate the intent that needed to get to a certain point. Now, this is the interesting part. The main thing that's going to be at issue here is saying, and again, is it second degree? Is it first degree? Is it manslaughter? I don't think you're going to get to manslaughter, but they could, in this case, get him to second degree. And that's what the defense is going to try to argue, because then that has huge bearing and impact if he were to be found guilty but mentally ill, or just guilty and say there was no mental illness factor at all in this case, which I don't believe at all you're gonna have that option at all. But they're going to be so there's going to be some arguing over what he should be found guilty of. But anyways, it's a case to watch. It's very interesting. It's a very interesting process they have in California. It's one of the reasons why we're highlighting that, because that's what we want to do and show on this channel. That's what it's about, is educating you on all the little nuances and things that go on in our justice system across the nation. And if we can even get some worldwide feeds and show you across the world. But that's what's going on there. So make sure you got your notifications on. We're really just doing the live broadcast on that trial. We haven't dug deep into it, but we may get into it a little bit here, especially as once it gets into the mental illness phase. So that's there. And then be on the lookout. We're going to be doing a new series at night. We're going to be putting forward there's a death penalty case in Florida. It's called the Xbox murders. It was a massacre back in 2006 that occurred. But the interesting part about the case, the reason why it's attracted my attention to the case, is because this case has literally continued to be affected by all of the changing legislation in Florida. Mainly, these guys were convicted and then sentenced to death, and then the Supreme Court, interestingly enough, reverses the convictions because there wasn't a unanimous verdict for the death penalty phase. Then Florida changes its law and says, yeah, you don't need a unanimous verdict anymore. It can be 10-2. So they're in the middle of their of getting the trial going, and they have to declare a mistrial because the law changed. So then they litigate that for a year. Then they're ready to go back to trial again, right? And they set it up, and then Florida changes the law again and says now you can go 8-2, 8-12, and that ruling comes down in the middle of the trial starting again. Mistrial declared again, done. And now they just recently went back and had their trial on it. So Dolai says, my theory of John O'Keefe's death: slip and fall caused by dog attack. I think that there's a lot of potential with that theory, Dolai. And I think that the thing is this: remember, no one has to prove that happened. The defense only has to say, could it have happened? And when you look at the injuries on his arm, I feel like, there's no way you can say that couldn't have happened by a dog. And again, it comes back to tying that in with the phone. He's hit so hard that he sustains injuries like that to his arm, yet his phone somehow doesn't go flying. It falls perfectly underneath him and lands right underneath his body and is perfectly protected. There's nothing wrong with the phone. How does that happen? It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. That's crazy. And Bodie says, Florida is crazy. Innocent people have been unalived even with unanimous. I know. It's crazy. But that's why I'm saying that's why we're going to cover it, because this is a case that was reversed because the verdict wasn't unanimous. And they just wasted all this money. And guess what? They didn't get a unanimous verdict. I don't want to ruin it. But anyways, it's insane. What they're doing in this case. They literally have wasted probably millions of dollars on this case, right? Just to get to the same spot they were just at. It is absolutely the way Florida does it. Of course, I was watching Grady, I think it's Grady Judd. He was talking yesterday. He was doing a press conference. He was talking about how Florida used to be a place where the criminals ruled it, and they made all these changes. Yeah, they made these changes, but I mean, my God, the way they're changing it, it doesn't make any damn sense at all. So Bodie says, I'm not sure what happened. Dio might be right, but I don't think. I agree. Listen, and remember, we all have to understand, it's not. It's, do we believe the state can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she did this, and that she is the one that did this alone, and that she did it the way they're saying she did it? And I don't believe they can. I mean, unless this jury, I don't believe you're going to find 12 jurors that certainly not going to believe that she turned her car into a torpedo and just missile rocket it right into him at 75% max speed. It makes no sense. Yes, he does, Bodie. He does. I mean, I like his press conferences. I think he's funny, but I just thought to myself as I'm listening to this, and he wasn't doing a press conference about this case in particular, but it was just like, to me, that encapsulates the problem, is that Florida has gone off the rails in trying to figure out. Now it's like the total opposite. It's like, how can we get around the Constitution at every turn and every twist and every place we can? How can we not have to give people their due process rights, and not have to give them their constitutional rights? And that's problematic, because to me, that's what separates us. That's what makes America special. And if we don't understand that, and if the average everyday person doesn't start understanding that, then we're going to be walked into giving those things up, and then it's going to be a really scary situation. Because when you have the power of the government, they show up at your house with a warrant for your arrest, and they're taking you out. That's about the scariest thing that could possibly happen. Because right now, you've got no resources to fight. And they've got lots to fight with, and you better believe they've got at least something. And as you're going to see, it doesn't matter whether you're guilty or you're innocent or anything like that. As you're going to see with Hank Brennan, he's coming. He's going to argue. They've hired him in. He's an experienced defense attorney. He knows exactly how to do it. And he understands it matters not what actually happened. It matters what you can argue in court. And all he has to do is get enough in that he can go make a very strong argument in what he thinks happened and convince the jury that, listen, none of this other stuff makes sense. We have a dead man here. He's dead in the snow. We have Karen Reed's vehicle is present. We're giving you a potential event that we're going to argue it occurred at. And we're going to say, look, it's simple. She was drunk. She did this. Dulai says, everything in this Karen Reed case has concerned me since day one. I'm a resident of Massachusetts, and I heard the news of J.O.'s death on the news. That snowy day, I suspected a cover-up. Well, you should be very concerned because, look, there's other cases out there that have shown that this group of people and this group of officers uh, are had a history of it. I mean, when you look at Buchanek's testimony, I mean, that is the most disturbing testimony you have going on, that you can see. You can see that it's cover-up culture. Look, Buchanek is here because they're not going to bring Proctor in. Okay, I don't believe Proctor's coming in the state's case. The defense is going to have to call Proctor. And this is by design, okay, because they want to reserve the argument to say, this is the defense getting desperate. The defense is desperate because this is a simple case. We've shown you how simple it is. The defense wants to muddy the waters, and they're going to make that argument. All right, looks like court's beginning, guys. We're going to jump in. Great discussion. I appreciate everybody. Oh, hold on. Maybe not. He's going to the fan. I don't know what's happening. So we'll talk a little bit more. I'm keeping my eye on it, though. Don't worry. Once he comes, we will be right in the courtroom. Bodie says Judd never is so much. Oh yeah, that guy. I mean, he really doesn't. He's, you know, he doesn't he does not show any recognition of the presumption of innocence. He goes right through it. He's entertaining, but it's disturbing at the same time when I see him because it shows you the state of things in Florida. Now, Bodie says a different police department should have investigated from day one. Absolutely, yes. I think there should have been absolutely an independent, someone completely independent of any of the figures in this case, which of course is one of the first red flags. But that's something that the defense gets to argue to the jury and say, wait a minute, there's a lot of problems here. But when you look, they kept 5 cups of blood in an office and didn't book them properly, didn't test any of them. I mean, that was crazy when Buchanan was talking about that. And then you've got, of course, him trying to say that this was an investigation that was done with honor, where you've got the lead investigator sending text messages and making derogatory comments about the person that eventually gets charged, basically saying that there's no way the Alperts are going to be charged, showing tunnel vision, I mean, that alone should disqualify anything that happens after that. Should be just disqualified. Can't trust it. And again, I think the defense is going to do a really good job of arguing things. And hopefully they did a really good job of picking a jury. I don't know how, we don't know because we weren't there for it. And we don't know how much Bev Canone got in the way of picking a fair jury. But I think that I think they're going to be okay here. I just don't see there. I think the only question will be is whether or not this will be another hung jury, which the state will absolutely go for round 3. At this point, they have to. They're boxed in. They can't not. Or do they, acquit her, or does the jury come to some sort of a compromise, because we know where the last jury was at. They eliminated even the possibility that this was an intentional act. And they said this was something they derived from her being drunk, which is something that I think jurors, when you're in that jury room and the pressure's going on, depending on where the jury falls, somebody could be convinced and say, well, is this likely she was drunk? They've proven she was drunk. They're fighting. They're arguing. Again, one of the key facts, it's a small little detail that came out in Jim McCabe's testimony. But remember, she says that she's talking to John on the phone, and we don't know if the phone was on speaker. We don't know if it was, if Karen Reed was hearing it, and she makes reference to a house. This is a house of a lady that John previously, was a source of jealousy for them. That is enough. They're drinking. They're They've already been fighting earlier today. We know that. Their relationship is in that stage where it's just everything is tender. Everything is ready to blow up. Everything is ready to set off fire. And boom, they pull up. They're fighting. They're arguing. He jumps out of the car to go in. She pulls up, floors it into him, and accidentally hits him. Or she's all angry and upset and hits him. Either way, you get to manslaughter with either of those thoughts. If you're believing she was really angry at him and runs him down, although I don't believe this was a crime of that this was intentional. But you do that. She's drunk. She pulls out. She's angry, and boom, she hits him. She goes home. Now of course, one of the problems with that, again, that contradicts itself, is all the phone calls. But then again, maybe she didn't realize she hit him. All the phone calls. And remember too, okay, I want you to remember this is another thing about that phone. This phone is very important, guys. This phone is much more important. What was she doing the entire time, right? She's calling him. What is going on at that place? There are people still walking in and out, right? Wouldn't his phone be ringing? Wouldn't people have heard a ringing phone? Shouldn't that have brought the attention to wherever his body was at? Now, yes, the phone was underneath him, but it's still going to be ringing out. Now, I want you to think of why. Now, if that phone would have been, if he would have been knocked and that phone's over left or right, there's a reason why that phone was placed underneath him. And that tells you that there was a police officer thinking. And the reason why is because they know his phone was going off and they know he was getting calls. Why? Because Karen Reed was blowing his freaking phone up, right? So why did they put the phone underneath him? Because they knew they had to have an explanation for how all these people would have been walking in and out of that house during that hour time that she was blowing up his phone, and not one person heard a phone ringing. Not one person, as they're leaving, hears the phone ringing as she starts calling. That there's nobody in the world who hears that. So again, come back to the phone. Phone's not broke. Case is a joke, right? Because of the fact that phone is alive and it's well and it's comfortably underneath them. And there's so much that rides off of that tells you that there's a problem with this case. There's a big problem with this case. And the phone is the thing that tells you that. That's the biggest piece of evidence, because that phone, where it ended up positioned, the lack of people hearing that phone ring, the lack of people that would have heard it when they should have been hearing that phone ringing. It should have been ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing. Okay. But it wasn't heard by anyone. It wasn't heard by a neighbor taking their dog out. It wasn't heard by anyone. Not one person heard it. Now, maybe he had it on vibrate, but I don't believe we've heard that evidence. But that should have been ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing. And specifically, we know now they created the reason why they would say, huh, why? Well, listen, Dulai. They created, that tells you that somebody put that phone underneath them because they knew he got phone calls and they had to explain why the phone would never be heard. And it wasn't heard because they came back and said, well, he was laying on top of it. But the question is, how would the phone have ended up where he would be laying on top of it? It doesn't make sense. If he's getting hit at 75% max speed, plowed over, that phone should be somewhere over in the snowbank where it's ringing and ringing and ringing for the whole neighborhood to hear. Because Karen Reed's blowing his ass up. And we know there were people still going in and out of that house during that time. And yet no one's hearing a phone. Yet people are leaving. Yet, remember, Colin Alper gets picked up, right around that time. No one's hearing that phone ring. They knew they had to take care of that phone. That phone is the key. Because that phone should not have been underneath them. And if it wasn't underneath them, then they have to explain how no one heard the phone. So someone put the phone underneath them so that they could explain that's why the phone was never heard. So if that question never came up, and who's going to be thinking like that? Oh, I don't know, a seasoned cop, a seasoned ATF agent who's going to understand that we got to do that because they were aware that the phone was going off because he was there and it was going off and it was in the house. And that's why no one in the neighborhood hears it. That's why it's not an issue. So then they had to figure out that's why the phone ends up not in his pocket and underneath him, because if it's in his pocket, it still could be heard. So it goes underneath him where his body's laying on it. And they said, well, that's why it was never heard. And that alone, again, I hope the defense brings that up, which I think they will. They don't need to bring it up now. They don't need to make an issue of it now. That's a great argument for them to close with and say, listen, this is the big deal. Like, the phone is a key. It's a key for lots of reasons, because it shows he was moving. It shows he was interacting. It shows that this was going on. But it also shows, oh, absolutely, they would have even heard a vibrate. It would have been vibrating on the, it would have been vibrating on the damn, it would have been vibrating on the ground underneath them. It should have directed it towards them. You know, it's not like there was a lot of traffic out there. Not to mention they would have seen the light of the screen going off and going off and going off and going off. And if it didn't be, and we'd have to assume it didn't land, it wouldn't have landed on the, well, we don't know. It should have been broken or damaged, I think, if you get hit by a car, and it gets knocked out of your hand and then lands on the pavement in a violent way, it goes flying through the air. There ain't no iPhone that's going to survive that. I mean, my opinion. That's my opinion. Now, I don't know. Maybe he had some armor case on it or something. But, you know, so it's it's one of those things that I think that has to be answered. But or should have an answer to. And to me, that's going to be that's an argument that I think could be brought. Well, no one brought it up because I don't think anyone's really thought of it like that. Because a lot of times, they're look, you have to understand when you're intrinsically involved in the case. Now, unless he might bring something up like this, because he seems to be the type who's, again, remember we had Jackson and the other Unetti were both present in the last trial, but they're caught up in the minutia of all these other things. They're caught up in wanting to go out and prove for ego wise that these guys did this, and again they lose track of what they're really supposed to be doing in the courtroom. That's great, right? Bring it up, go hard at it, but remember, you don't have to prove it, right? But they're involved in not thinking about all these other little things that are going around them, and for them, they're more worried about, to them, the 38 steps and all of that stuff, which again, the defense is, or the state is plowing through. But the reality, one of the big things is how does the phone end up underneath them? Why does it end up underneath them? Well, what does that tell you about the fact that it did? Because it tells you about the psychology of what they were setting up. And that tells you it was a setup, because it shouldn't have ended up underneath them, but it ended up underneath them because they knew she was calling. And the fact that she was calling, all those calls, of course, they're trying to figure out how to deal with. Well, all those calls are beautiful because she's calling them left and right. So the phone's ringing left and right. So they should be hearing it. That thing should be going off. It should be waking up people in the neighborhood, right? And the thing is look, it's something they should reserve the closing argument, because, and maybe there's an answer that says it was on silent, and maybe they're afraid of that, or maybe they're going to say, well, the state will just say that he was laying on top of it. Well, yeah, the state would just say he's laying on top of it, but if you're going to say that the Alperts and the Higgins were involved in a cover-up, then that would explain why the phone ended up out of his pocket and underneath him, when that is not what should have happened, in my opinion, based on what you see there. Now, is it possible that could happen? Of course, anything's possible, but is it likely that you're saying that somebody gets clipped by a car and literally ends up on top of their phone? No. But there's a reason why they wanted him on top of the phone, because they needed to have an explanation for why no one heard the phone ringing. And that's what makes sense. So we'll see what the defense does with that, if they pick up on it. But it's something that they should absolutely be exploring as a viable argument, and it makes perfect sense to every common person out there that has a phone and says, "Wait a minute, you're right. How would the phone travel that way, and why would it end up that way? Why would things end up the way they have?" And there's an answer, because guess what? He wasn't hit by a car. And then when you look at everything else that falls from that, the injuries, and here's the thing: we know he got hit violently because his arm's all jacked up. It looks like it, which looks, again, if we're just going to say he was hit by a car, he was not, no dog was involved. Well, then okay, he was hit so violently that he ends up on the ground, and he hits the ground, and look at the damage done to him by it, and yet his phone is undamaged, laying perfectly underneath him. Come on, please, please, absolutely ridiculous. The reason why the phone wasn't touched is because the phone was in his pocket when they were beating the hell out of him, and or whatever happened, and he falls back and hits his head and dies, and then they know his phone's going off, and then she's trying to reach him, and they know they got a freaking problem. And again, they can anticipate exactly what's going to happen. They figure she's going to come looking for him. They know that she knows that he's there, and they're trying their damnedest to try to cover this whole thing up and get him out in the snow. And they're figuring, okay, and this is why. And look, remember, everyone would say, well, why would they do this, and how would they know? Well, how would they know? Because she's calling him. Okay. It's clear that when she calls him 17 times that they're arguing. So now it's real easy. Put him in the freaking yard. We'll just say that she hit him. And so this frame up thing is not like something that comes out of the ether. It's not like they had to think hard on it. It's all going. And these are trained police officers who, I'm sorry to tell you, look, these guys know how to cover something up. Okay. Eh, I mean, look at what happens when they're trying to cover up their own activities at a shooting or something that goes off the rails. They know how to do it, and they had hours to do it, and they're putting it all together. And then when you look and you go, well, wait a minute, let's see. Well, did they destroy their phone? Yeah, they did. Did they turn over their phone records? No, they didn't. Did he show up outside? No, he didn't. The dog's gone. Oh, the carpet floors are up and gone. Oh, wow, they remodel the house. They sell the house. They get rid. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's right in front of you. This is not rocket science. And then you look at all this. It says, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. If this was just a simple, she hits them and they go. None of it makes any sense. And then you've got Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts who are conspiring together. You've got Lank who comes in, who's the fixer, who he's reaching out with Proctor, and they're all connected. And there's this incestuous connection that, again, unfortunately, here's the thing. Again, a judge like Bev Canone can absolutely limit what the jury's allowed to see in all of this. And that's what her goal is. And that's what she's going to do. And I'm telling you that the strategy is now that the defense, when the case gets turned over to the defense now is going to have the challenge of getting all of that in. And she's going to play defense like you've never seen before. Yeah. So and it's going to be crazy. It's going to be nuts. It's going to be frustrating. It's going to be frustrating to the people that know what she's keeping out. But the question is again, if this is done right, you don't even need to get all that in. Like, that's all. It's like, I remember, talking to Ty, and he wanted to get a lot of stuff in his case to show all the corruption. No, look, you need enough in to suggest there's doubt, and there's plenty that you can get in this case. There's plenty of things you can push in. There's, put Proctor up on the stand and call him up and cross and confront him with all his problems. Confront him and confront the others. Call him up, get him on the stand, cross-examine him, or, well, if you hand them as hostile witnesses, confront them with what you need to, and raise the doubt, raise the issues, and show them that this is not a simple, easy case. So that's what they got to do. But the whole thing is that I think that that's got to be addressed in this case is, to me, is the fact that that the people who investigated this case were allowed to investigate the case at all, and that there's been no oversight, and there's been a complete breakdown, in my opinion, with the duties of the Commonwealth Attorney's Office to come in and look at this case and say, wait a minute, look at these problems, and instead what they've done is they've gone out and, I mean, they hired in a private attorney to come in because apparently their attorneys were not good enough to clean up this mess. I mean, that's what we're to understand. I mean, if I was working at the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, I would be furious that Hank Brennan got brought in. I mean, Are you, what exactly is wrong with the attorneys that are there? If this is such a easy cut and dry case, I mean, this is as easy as it comes if it's what it is, right? So why do we need all that? Why do we need to hire in extra people? Why do we need to spend millions of dollars to cover this up and go two trials deep? You know, why is Bev Canone rushing the jury out and not wanting to pull that jury before and not wanting to take serious about the fact that if those jurors found Karen Reed not guilty of the highest of second degree, then she should have been given that benefit and she should only be on trial for manslaughter. But they were perfectly happy to go right around that. Under your scars, welcome, welcome. Good to see you, old friend. And yes, family is doing better. We are getting things back in line. My Carson, little baby boy, he's doing great. He's finally we finally got him around everything with his stuff. So that's great. But now we're just working through. Hopefully, my my wife, of course, is still grieving and adjusting to the fact that her mom is not here anymore because they were very, very close. But she's putting all her energy now into her dad, who right now he's fighting cancer, but he's got we've got him into this clinical trial that hopefully we're told could very well extend his life. We hope it does, or at least give him a better quality of life while he's here. So we're hopeful and very trying to be positive and move forward. And that all starts he gets his first trial dose. He's got to get, I think it's 4 of them, and then they evaluate, and then they do 6 in total if it all goes well. But we're hoping it's going to extend him out for a while. So that's what we're hoping. But so far it looks like things we're finally getting back to kind of got the feet back on the ground again, and we're moving. Not moving as fast as we were, but we're moving. That's what it's about. Yep. Have my 81-year-old mom living with me 24. It is hard. It is very hard. Like I said, as you all know, I lost my dad a year ago, and then she just lost her mom, and they were uh, definitely big pieces of our family. So it's very difficult to think of them not being here now with us. But it's something that we're moving forward with, and we're getting through. So it's just like I said, it's just part of life, but it's a difficult part of life. So um, you know, but hopefully, like I said, I know we've got the Reed trial going on right now. I'm hopeful that as we get into, if the Adelson case goes to trial in June like it's supposed to, and there's a few other ones I got my eye on. I hope we'll be back full steam ahead, ready to rock, ready to dig in, ready to go after it. Oh wow, under your scars. That is a rough year. That is a rough year. Um, my wife, we've lost 3 because right after my wife's mom passed away, there was another lady who was like a mom to her, and she passed away on Mother's Day. Now this is really sad stuff here because on Mother's Day, my wife, um, we're at like celebrating Mother's Day, and this lady calls and she misses the phone call. She didn't know she called, but her phone was like in the other room. So she gets a message from her. Unfortunately, when she gets the voicemail that night, it's late. So she's like, okay, that's fine. She had to work the next day. She's like, I'll call her and touch base with her. And of course, it was, hey, honey, I know you lost your mom. And this lady had lost her mother. And my wife got in with her family because she had cared for her mom years and years ago. Really nice lady, really nice family. We all became close. They even all came to our wedding and everything. And they'd really grown a great close bond. And this lady was like, listen, I'm here for you. Call me, whatever. That night, a few hours after she leaves my wife that message, she has a massive heart attack in her sleep and dies. And of course, my wife was just devastated. It was like, I missed her call, and I said, listen, the way things sometimes work in the universe is you were meant to miss that call because you got something even better. If you'd have had the call, you would have just had the memory. Now you have that message she brought to you on Mother's Day forever, right? You can keep it forever. It's hard to see that way. You couldn't have prevented anything. It's not like you would have known what was about to happen. And you know, it was somewhat unexpected. This lady had some things going on medically, but it was nothing that would have expected that she was going to have this happen. But so my wife was like re-devastated all over again, and it was just insane. Um, and you know, just one of those things. So absolutely, you're 100% right under your scars, and that's why you gotta take advantage of each and every day and each and every moment. You know, you never know. Nothing is guaranteed. Nothing is guaranteed. Um, Nothing is guaranteed. That is 100%. So it looks like I'm not sure what's going on in the trial here, though. They're on a break, and they've not. Just so anyone who's joining in right now, I know we only have, I think, 3 of you out there right now. Unfortunately, we lost a lot of steam after the whole copyright situation. So we're battling back. We're going to get back there and get everybody. But yeah, it looks like there's something going on because they started out immediately. Alessi asked to see her at sidebar. Then they come out of sidebar and then they take a break. So I don't know if they're in chambers now discussing stuff or if this was like a situation where whatever they were talking about, they needed extra time, or if we're going to run into another situation where we're going to be told court's canceled today. Who knows? I don't know. Something's going on. And I've heard through the grapevine that there's issue with jurors in that there's a strong possibility this case could actually end up in a mistrial this week. I I don't know if that's going to be true or not. I was hearing rumors, and then we have a start like today. So who knows? That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking under your scars. You said he rode off on weekend, rode off car on weekend. Yes, he is. That is very lucky. Yes, it is. Yes, yes, yes. So do we have that wrong? Was something typed wrong under your scars? But so we'll see what happens here. I don't know. It's I'm looking forward to seeing what comes this way because pretty much I'm expecting. It's my understanding that potentially the state might rest this week. So we'll see. We'll see what the state has left. Now maybe I'll be shocked and they'll start bringing in all the people from the party and we'll see the parade of witnesses. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think the state is really focusing on saying, okay, our focus right now is the events that happened outside of 34 Fairview, at the extent of the story that needs to be told. They literally relied on the friends. They relied on Jen McCabe because she was present with Karen and she heard I hit her. And again, like I said, they're going to make their argument is she confessed. She said, I hit him. That's consciousness of guilt. Simple case. We have tech stream event. All and Brennan's going to make the argument. All those things can't in order for you to believe that she's not guilty, all these things have to be coincidences that they come together like that. Well, guess what? Sometimes, yeah, there are coincidences. Um, and you know what? It's not completely crazy that when you see somebody laying on the ground and you're trying to piece together the evening, she's not thinking that John went in and got beat up. She's thinking to herself, how the hell does he end up like this? Could I have hit him? I mean, it is not unreasonable. So to me, that's not conscious guilt. That's just somebody processing a traumatic event and trying to understand how this could have happened. That you have a guy who you drop off to go in there and he's now laying in the snow, bloody, hit. And she's thinking, could I have hit him and not known? What could have happened? Oh my God, what? And of course, Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe are talking, stop, shut up. What are you talking about? So to me, that's not conscious of guilt. Doesn't mean jack. Doesn't mean jack. Okay, that's just someone processing a traumatic event. Now, of course, Brennan's going to argue that no, once you put the context in, once you show the text stream event, once you show that there were problems in the relationship, and then you show he's gonna argue that there was a triggering event, that something was brought up, she got jealous, they get arguing, and boom. I've done a few polls, yes, under your scars in some of my live premieres, and I guess I can put up a poll right now today. Let's see where we're at. I agree. Jurors, again, as I was saying earlier, jurors are given the reality of that courtroom, right? And if you've served on a jury before, you understand what I'm talking about. And having served on a jury, having been in the courtroom and watched multiple trials in person, um, I can say that it's a lot different. YouTube and watching it from the comforts of our living room or our cell phone or listening to the trial really does not do it justice at all. Okay. Because when they're in there, they're seeing this case through the lens of what the state is presenting and what's allowed to come in or not come in. Remember, they're not allowed to consider anything else. And these jurors will take that pretty serious. So when they're looking at this case, we have to literally remove all the noise because we wouldn't qualify as jurors. We have to remove all that noise that we know. We have to look at what was presented. What was the story? What was the narrative? What's the narrative that the state is telling? And then we have to say, okay, now we also have to look at what are the questions being raised to that narrative? And what are the questions that the defense is raising and saying, wait a minute, hold up, this doesn't make sense. And there's a lot. But the question is, for us, those questions make perfect sense because we have a lot of other context to apply to it. Do those questions make sense if you're a juror sitting in that box, no other context, and all you're hearing is, this is a simple case. This is a case about two people to go out to a bar. They're involved in a very volatile relationship. And guess what? They end up in a fight. They end up in an argument. And she's drunk. He's been drinking. And on that pathway between the bar and where they're going to have a potential nightcap, they get into a fight. Something happens. Now, here's where things blur. We are going to prove to you, and I'm talking as if it's Hank Brennan, that the first step we need to do is prove to you that Karen Reed caused his death. Then we prove to you what was her state of mind at the time when she caused the death. And what they want to do is make that the debate, because then they win, because she goes away for 20 years, which we know she's getting all of 20 years if she gets convicted on this, and among other charges that she's got, she's going to get her max sentence, right? And that's a win for the state. And then there's the other side. So that for Hank Brennan, that's a win, because what he needs is to get a conviction of any kind. And then that eliminates any of that eliminates any liability for anybody involved in the case of saying that this was a cover-up. But the reality of the situation is that you can have both ways, right? Because what you have is an extension of the volatility of a relationship that extends into Brian Higgins, who's in that house, who to me is the person that the defense needs to lean heavily in since they can't get to Colin Albert. But what we know is that if John walked in that house, he was walking into a lion's den of people who have problems with him. You've got Colin Albert, who's a young, hot-blooded kid who had problems with John when they were neighbors. We've got Brian Higgins, who has his eyes on John's woman, who's been attempting to drag her into an affair and potentially even get her away from John. And she's at this particular juncture coming into the night, guess what? She's rejected him, right? She's put him on ice for days. And suddenly there he is at the bar. And there he is texting her. And there he is watching her. And there he is, then next, after sitting at the bar and watching her and John interact and getting iced by Karen, he's like, hey, John, come on back to the house. Come on back to the house, John. And, he's upset. He's angry. Now, the question, of course, is, and this is the question I would pose to jurors, does it make sense that why would he want to beat up John then? What would happen? I mean, if John has no idea, how does he walk through the door? Well, again, we don't know, and we're not going to know, because guess what? The police, who are obligated to investigate all of these angles, who are obligated to eliminate any and all doubt, we don't have to know. It might not even have been a thing. It might not have even happened. But the state is obligated to remove and investigate properly and remove that doubt. And they haven't done it in this case. And that's the simple argument the defense has to make. But Brennan's going to say, hey, it doesn't make any sense. Why would they do that? But, you know, on the flip side, is it possible? Yeah, it is. And if it's possible, did they eliminate it? No, they didn't. And it's what they didn't do. They didn't DNA test. They didn't question these people. They didn't search the house. They didn't go inside. They didn't question why they got rid of their animal. They didn't go in and say, wait a minute, you got rid of your flooring, you sold your house. None of these things were questioned. They were covered up. They were never addressed. And that is reasonable doubt, because you have a viable theory, a second option that was never investigated. That is textbook reasonable doubt. You cannot convict the person when you have that. And yes, I agree under your scars. I love Alessi and Jackson. I love Alessi. I think, listen, I like Jackson, right? I liked him from the first round. Alessi is the star here. Let's be clear. He is the epitome of what a good defense attorney is. This is a man, I don't know what Jackson and Unetti and all those guys have gotten paid. Alessi's gotten paid nothing. He took this case pro bono. He's cut from the same cloth as my dad, because that's exactly what my dad would have done, because he understands the value. If he wins this case, he'll make more money from people wanting to have him represent. But he is aggressive, but in a good way, in a competent way. And he's smart, and he's asking all the right questions. And he's going to win this case for him. Anyways, looks like I'm hearing we're back.
All right. I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar again.
But if not, you may be seated.
Well, I guess y'all didn't think you'd see me that soon, huh? Wow, we're at another sidebar. So I don't know what in the world's going on. Maybe we'll find out. Maybe we won't. I don't know. This is crazy. We go sidebar, break, sidebar. I mean, the jury, I assume the jury's in the house. I mean, it's like, Jesus. They got to be wondering what the hell's going on, just like we are. But anyways, as I was saying, I love Alessi. I think he's great. I think Jackson's great. I think the defense is very competent. And I just think that I think they're very competent people. And listen, Hank Brennan, I don't like the position he's in, but Hank Brennan's not a bad attorney. And he's a guy that represented Whitey Bulger. Okay, Hank Brennan's a good defense attorney. It's a shame to see him on this side of the show, but I think what Hank Brennan's doing is he's saying, let me show you how I win with absolute garbage evidence. And that's what he's doing. And he's putting a case together. And for this is a battle of egos now. There's a lot of big egos in that courtroom. But again, I don't know what Jackson's getting. I don't know what Unetti's getting at this point. But I know that Alessi's doing this for nothing. Like, he's literally, and think about the amount of time he spent on it. Do you know what an expense that is? Like, hats off to that man. Like, hats off to that guy. And he came in one of my chats a while. He's even been engaged online. And I'm not saying just because he came in my chat. I at the time I'd watched him a few times and I saw him sitting there. But what I've seen in this trial, when he's taken on the way he took apart Burgess, I mean, was just absolutely amazing. I loved it. I mean, he took that guy apart and he pounced on him, and he absolutely said, wait a minute, you can't trust anything this guy's saying. But every witness he's been involved in, every time he's been there, he's an advocate, he's arguing, and he is absolutely just, I mean, exactly what you want. He really is a really, really good attorney. And I'm glad he's getting the exposure, because he certainly deserves it. And I hope to see him, he deserves to hopefully be involved in other big cases that are going on around time. And I think he will be, because I think, listen, this is exactly why he stepped up the way he did. And I hope he's getting something. I hope he's getting at least expenses, because I can't imagine, you put law practice on hold. He's earning nothing right now. Maybe he'll write a book, I guess. But I mean, what did I mean? Wow. To me, that's just what character that shows, that you'd be willing to do that for another human being. And he's doing it according to what he told me when he was in my chat. He told me he's doing this because it's a strong sense of right and wrong, and he thinks what's happening here is wrong. That's why he's here. And that to me tells me this he is exactly what we need for attorneys. I mean, that's exactly the type of human being and person that needs to be an attorney, because they're here to fight, and they're here to ensure that people's rights are upheld, and they're here to show that when things aren't happening the way they're supposed to, they're out here lending a voice to it, and we're lending a voice to it. What we're doing here online is great. We need people. We need to have a full frontal approach to these things. That look, we have a full chorus of voices speaking out when things aren't going the way they're supposed to, when people are running afoul of the Constitution, people are running afoul of the law, people are doing things that are not supposed to be happening. And that's the big thing here. Listen, none of us have a bone in this fight. If Karen Reed did this, we want her to be convicted, right? Because that's what's supposed to happen, and that's what should happen. I don't ever advocate for someone to not be convicted if the evidence is there. That's what's supposed to happen. What isn't supposed to happen is cover-ups. What isn't supposed to happen is having the degree of things that haven't been investigated in this case happen. It just shouldn't happen. Thank you, Under Your Scars. I really appreciate that. Very much appreciate that. She says, I would love them to be my lawyers if needed, but maybe if I won the lottery. Thanks for covering. Great to see you. Free Karen. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I appreciate your continued support of the channel. It really means a lot. It really, really does. So thank you so much. We'll leave that up there until we have something else to put up. But thank you. So very much appreciate it. Very, very much appreciate it. But this is what it's about. Lending a voice to cases like these and other cases across the country that we've got to, and again, I found out an interesting thing because I was going through my dad's books, and I was looking into one of his cases, and it's funny that I'll tell you all this later. We're finally in session, I think.
Oh, great, great.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court in case now and hearing should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir. You're welcome. Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, sir. So we're going to have a short voir dire.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Lessie?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
If you look at any documents in answering my question, I appreciate you letting me know that, okay?
Okay.
Do you have any documents open in front of you at this moment?
I do. I have a binder.
Your Honor, I would ask until the question
Can
comes
you
up.
do without it, sir, for a few minutes?
Depending on the question, sure.
Okay, so just let us know if you need to look at it. Don't look at it without
Yeah. I mean,
permission, please. All right, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Lessie.
Honor. Dr. Welcher, you have changed your PowerPoint presentation, in the last few days in this case, correct?
I deleted a slide and removed a couple words.
Right, but you've changed your PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Correct. I deleted a slide and deleted a couple words.
Who have you spoken to at the Commonwealth in the last 2 weeks? Anybody associated with the Commonwealth, who have you spoken to?
In the last 2 weeks, Mr. Brannon, Mr. Lally, Lieutenant Tully.
Anyone else?
I think Mary Ellen Gray,
Anyone else?
the tech person Cindy this morning.
And with regard to those conversations, what prompted those conversations? Who initiated them?
I was originally told I was going to have to be out here last Monday, so there was a whole flurry of conversations around that. I was initially told I may have to give all my rebuttal testimony on a whole huge data set I'd received.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. My question was simply because we have a limited amount of time. Who initiated the conversations?
Oh, there were multiple conversations.
How many?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I'm sorry?
More than 10?
Probably not.
All right, what did you discuss with, you understand it's no longer Detective Lieutenant Tully, it's, as I understand, it's Lieutenant Tully. Did you have you said you had conversations with him, correct?
Correct.
When was the first conversation, how many, and what are the nature of those conversations?
Are you limiting it to the last 10 days or in total in my life?
Within the last 2 weeks.
Last 2 weeks. I believe it was when I got here on Saturday night, I informed them I'd landed. And then Sunday morning, he gave me a ride over to the district attorney's office.
And what did you discuss from when you, did you have any discussions with Lieutenant Tully before Saturday, within the last 2 weeks?
Not to my knowledge.
What did you discuss with Lieutenant Tully? Topics.
Give me a time frame.
I keep saying the last 2 weeks. That's the time frame I'm looking
all
at.
the conversations I had with him,
Yes,
can you have somebody pick me up at the hotel?
I'm talking substantive, sir, about your outline, your PowerPoint presentation. Topics of, what discussions about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
I had no discussions with him about the topics in my PowerPoint presentation.
Who did you have discussions with from the Commonwealth about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
Mr. Brannon and Mr. Lally.
Describe those conversations and how many you had, including the first one that you had.
Well, I originally submitted my presentation with my original report way back, I believe, in January.
Right. I'm asking for conversations within the last 2 weeks.
Okay, your question wasn't clear. Then on Sunday, we just went through top to bottom through my presentation. Mr. Brandon wanted to make sure he understood everything in it. And then I met with Mr. Brandon again on Sunday. We ran through it briefly again. And then that was largely it.
Who suggested the changes to your presentation?
Mr. Brandon.
Mr. Brennan suggested the changes that you make.
He indicated some of the things, for example, the slide I deleted referenced testimony that I was not allowed to include on a slide.
Were there any discussions with anybody from the prosecution team about the changes with regard to the, what I will call the Dighton route, the Dighton distance, and the total mileage? Do you know which slide I'm referring to, sir?
I do, yes.
Who initiated the discussion on the changes to that slide?
So that slide was changed, I don't know, probably 8 or 10 days ago?
Oh, it was changed 8 or 10 days ago.
Correct.
Were there any changes made from 8 or 10 days ago to what's now in your presentation?
Not beyond what we talked about.
Oh, okay, so 10 days ago, those changes were made.
8 to 10
8 to 10.
days ago. I could actually probably figure out exactly when, if you like.
Now my next questions go to Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess is a colleague of yours at Aperture, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of issues relating to the accuracy or inaccuracy of his CV?
Unfortunately, I've been bombarded with emails that have referenced that. I've seen it, I have not read them.
You've been bombarded with them, but you have, and you say unfortunately, but you have not read any of them? None?
Maybe one or two lines. For example, they come in, they're looking like legitimate business emails. And then I pull it up as a business email. I'm like, okay, I'm not supposed to do this. Court said I can't look at this.
Now, I want to go back to your slide presentation. I understand that you intend, subject to our objections at the court's ruling, you intend to present testimony with regard to your PowerPoint where you are going to elaborate on your 1231-38 to 1231-43 trigger 1162-2, and you're going to add to what has been in your presentation a verbal discussion with regard to Mr. Burgess's change that he made in his May 8th report with regard to the variance time window. Do I have that correct?
No, you don't. It's not based upon a verbal discussion. It's based upon his report.
Okay, so you're going to make, you propose, what you're intending to do is you want to add the change from Mr. Burgess's May 8th report to what you're going to testify to on your PowerPoint. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
And the only reason you're going to testify with regard to altering the 1231-38 to 1231-43 window is because of what Mr. Burgess has done on May 8th. Is that correct?
It's better data, so I'm altering it and correcting it with better data that I've received from Mr. Burgess.
Right, but my point is, if it weren't for Mr. Burgess's change, you wouldn't be making any changes in your testimony, correct? It's only because of what Mr. Burgess did on May 8th. Is that correct?
Only from his report, correct.
Correct. So, and you understand, sir, that that change has significant effects on the very issues in this case with regard to the timeline and the collision you allege occurred, and comparing it to human volitional conduct of Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his manipulation of the phone. You understand the consequences of that change, do you, sir?
I do. I would disagree with your assertion that it's consequential. Again, my original data, which is in my PowerPoint and has not changed, that data is still there. The timing was extremely close within the error of the measurements, which Mr. Burgess ultimately showed in his subsequent report that was within the variance associated with those timing devices.
I understand, but my point, sir, and I want to understand if I have it correct, is that is going to move the time that you assert the 1162-2 trigger occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that's a substantial change given the issues in this case when seconds matter? Or do you think it's an insignificant change?
I wouldn't say it's insignificant. Again, I haven't modified my PowerPoint at all. I was happy with the data I had and satisfied with the data I had. Again, once presented as engineer would with better data, we use better data. It brings it, I'm sorry. It brings
Please,
it,
voir dire, let him finish.
Yeah.
it brings it closer in time to Ian Whiffin's last contact point data. But even if we don't have that, given what I knew about the variance in the cell phones, my time is still within that window anyway.
Sir, you've just answered my question, which is you agree that it affects the timeline in the activity of Mr. Whiffin's report. You said brings it closer. Did I have your words correctly?
Correct. What I was concerned about was your word about significant change. It brings it closer. It doesn't necessarily bring it significantly closer. My original timeline was very close, within the range of the accuracy of those types of cell phones, infotainment system data. So even if I didn't have Mr. Burgess's subsequent report, the data is still within that time window.
Sir, isn't it a fact that with the variance of Mr. Burgess that you're now you want to testify to, that there is a change because your 1162-2 trigger 1231-38 to 1231-43, you know that there's a device lock event on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe after that time period. You understand that, correct?
So again, there's a window of plus minus on that. Technically, those timestamps on that are, as you indicated, again, there's literally, I wrote that on my slide. It includes my slide where I have that exact comment.
But my question, sir, is the change means now that with the Mr. Burgess variance moving, you now have part of the moving range that occurs after the device lock, whereas before your change, the device lock occurred after every bit of your range of 1162.2. I have that correct, don't I, sir?
You do.
Okay.
Okay, so
Your Honor,
that's it.
that's all I needed. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to bring the jury in. Are they outside the door? Awesome. You may as well stay right there, Dr. Welch,
Thank you.
okay? I'll see you at sidebar. No, they can come in. So we took up a lot of your time this morning. I think the coffee and donuts and muffins was probably a hint that we were taking longer than what we ordinarily would do. I do appreciate your patience. So I have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we met last week? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here last week? No. Thank you. With that, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, can I just stand and raise your right hand?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
May I refer to my resume? May I refer to my resume?
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Brennan.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter who's next to you?
Absolutely. My name is Judson Welcher. My first name is Judson. Last name is Welcher, Welcher.
Sir, what do you do for a profession?
I'm an accident reconstructionist and biomechanical engineer.
I'd like you to explain to us a little bit about what an accident reconstructionist does.
Sure. You can think of accident reconstruction and things such as this as the physics and engineering that happens in car crashes. So accident reconstruction tends to deal with everything that happens to the car and outside the car, skid marks, vehicle damage, the electronic recording systems in the vehicle, things that have to do with the motion forces and how the physics of everything occurred and how that affected the motion of the vehicles.
You said that you were an accident reconstructionist, but also a biomechanical engineer. How is your work as a biomechanical engineer different than an accident reconstructionist?
So simply, you can think of biomechanics as similar, but to everything inside the car. So biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying to explain to somebody what I do, I say, hey, it's like a civil engineer who's designing a bridge. So many trucks and cars on the bridge. Are that going to cause the beams in the bridge to fail? Is that going to cause the cables to fail? So a human body is governed by the same laws of physics, just like the bridge. Obviously, it's made of a lot of different materials, but in a human body, my beams are bones. My cables are the muscles and ligaments. Different material properties, but everything's governed by the laws of physics and principles of engineering. So I'm looking at how physical forces, the outside of the car, for when people are inside the car, seat belts, airbags. The first seat belt was patented by an engineer. It's engineers who quantify the force of the crash and what kind of injury damage there is to the body. So it is force that causes damage like a fracture. And so we're looking at how the physical forces are applied to the body and what that means in terms of what happens to the body.
Dr. Welcher, I want to ask you a little bit about how you became a biomechanical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. Can you tell us?
Sure. So when I was getting ready to go to college, my father, who was a physician, said, whatever you do, do not go to medical school. Because I was getting ready to go to medical school. So this was 39 years ago, I believe. 35 years ago. 39 years ago. He said, it's just not worth it. So I said, okay. So then I entered into the mechanical engineering. I grew up riding motorcycles, taking things apart, frequently pissing my parents off when I couldn't put it back together. But I liked taking things apart and figuring out how things worked. So I went to university and got my undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering. From there, I happened to be at a Thursday meeting of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. A group came in from a company that did this type of work, and they showed some examples of how you apply engineering concepts that you learn in mechanical engineering to the human body. And so I was like, man, that's a great job. That's the perfect mix of engineering that I have and my desire, to learn the medical side of things as well without becoming a doctor. So I talked to them. I actually applied to the company and was ultimately hired as a biomechanical engineer.
How long did you continue as a biomechanical engineer until you went back to school?
So I actually, very quickly after I started the job, I took a human anatomy class at a community college. I quickly realized that wasn't enough. And so in around 1993, I went to the USC Medical School and enrolled through what's called concurrent enrollment, which means you can take the class, but you're not actually in medical school. It's a medical school class. But I took gross human anatomy. So it was me and 160 or so other doctors. I took the same human anatomy that first year medical students at USC took. So it began in 1993.
Did you continue to work as you pursued your higher education?
I ultimately started my own company, continued to work, continued to do research, had a wonderful opportunity to have 2 beautiful children, and continue to this day.
Tell us a little bit about the company you started and when.
Sure. So in about October 1994, I started my own company. Me and the guy who was my immediate supervisor said, hey, we can do this better. We can do more research, more testing. And so we started our own company.
What kind of company was it?
It was an accident reconstruction and biomechanical engineering company. We also early on did a bunch of testing and design work for amusement park rides. The same concepts for car crashes applies to roller coasters, basically anything. So we worked and had some contracts on improving ride safety. And I was also on the ASTM committee that looked at amusement park ride designs.
Did that company grow from 2 people?
Correct. We took it from 2 to about 25 people, and then we ultimately sold it in right around January 1st of 2022.
Before 2022, did you obtain a master's degree?
I did.
And what was that in and where was that from?
So again, I was working full-time. Actually, while I was doing my master's degree, I was also teaching classes at Texas A&M through their law enforcement training division. So it was extension classes. But I ultimately completed my master's thesis in December of 2001. That was from USC, University of Southern California, and I received my master's degree in biomedical engineering. I wrote my thesis. It was basically on automotive seat design, but it was titled Whiplash-Associated Disorders, Related Anatomy, Biomechanics of Injury, and the Relationship Between Injury Potential and Automotive Seat Design.
Excuse me, Your Honor, if I may, pardon the interruption. If Dr. Welcher reads from his report, which I think he just did, can we know when he's doing that?
Sure. Dr. Welcher asked me if he could refer to his resume, and I said yes. So if you read, just let us know.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And it's my resume, not my report.
Your resume, did I say?
No, you did. He said report.
Yeah, no, it's his resume.
You share with us that your company continued to grow until you ultimately sold it in 2022. During that time, did you continue to pursue higher education after you obtained your master's degree?
I did. So again, ever since 1993, I've been slowly pursuing higher education, both obtaining my master's degree as well as my PhD. During that time frame, I also published 20 peer-reviewed scientific publications. I taught for 5 years at Texas A&M and served as a peer reviewer for both the Society of Automotive Engineers and for a short period on the Archives of Physical Medicine. So I was working and running a company with my co-creator, as well as teaching, conducting research, publishing, also while going to school part-time.
Take us to 2011. Were you still pursuing education at the University of Southern California?
I was.
And what occurred? What did you achieve in 2011?
So in August of 2011, I finally obtained my PhD in biomedical engineering. I wrote my dissertation, reading from my resume, titled Development, Validation, and Testing of a New Sensor Array for Intra-Articular Pressure Measurement, In Vitro Human Lumbar Spine, Intra-Articular Facet Testing, which is a lot of big words to say. I was testing cadaver spines, looking at the loads inside the spines associated with various motions of the spine.
Did you achieve your PhD in biomechanical engineering?
It's actually in biomedical engineering. Biomechanics is within the field of biomedical engineering.
So you have a PhD in biomedical engineering.
Correct.
You mentioned that you have published many articles. Have there been articles that you have published that are relevant to some of the subjects that you're going to talk about during your testimony?
I mean, I have a number of, again, peer-reviewed scientific publications. Peer review just means you submit it to a journal and they have other people review it, give you comments, your peers in the field. I do believe there are a number of them that could certainly be relevant to both the physics and, for example, pedestrian injuries.
If I could mention a few. You wrote an article on sideswipe collision dynamics. What's sideswipe collision dynamics?
So I was actually an invited speaker at the World Congress, or sorry, not the World Congress, the World Reconstruction Expedition. They asked me to give a presentation on the theory, science, and mathematics behind sideswipe or side impact collisions. That would include side collisions, glancing collisions, shallow angle impacts such as like a corner of a bumper goes into the side of a car, any kind of glancing or clipping type impact.
Similarly, in many of the articles that you wrote, is one of them about methods for quantifying the impact severity of low-speed side impacts at varying angles?
It is.
Tell us a little bit what that
So that was a Society of Automotive Engineers paper, again, another peer-reviewed paper that we worked on. It was kind of an extension or continuation of all that research, where we just looked at the physics and the mathematics basically the reconstruction of glancing or sideswipe type impacts.
Similarly, methods for quantifying the impact severity of low-speed side impacts at varying angles. Is that similar to the other papers, or was that different?
Yeah, I thought that was the same one.
If I can continue, another article or publication that you wrote, occupant kinematics and loading in low-speed lateral impacts. What does that mean?
So in the course of my career, I've done probably 12 to maybe 1,300 actual crash tests. I've crashed everything from skateboards, mopeds, up to trains, motorhomes, and ambulances. I've conducted, relative to this case, probably or been involved with 50 to maybe 70 pedestrian impact tests. So the low-speed side impact one is we actually put human volunteers in side impact collisions. And what we did is we had accelerometers, which are things that measure acceleration. If you had physics or memory, Newton told us force equals mass times acceleration. So knowing the acceleration of something, you can get an idea of how much force is applied to it. So we have various sensors on the body. We have various sensors on the car for the reconstruction aspects of it. So that study was the biomechanics portion. And the first paper you read about the reconstruction was the reconstruction portion. So the first paper you discussed was everything outside the car. Then we looked at how the forces applied to those impacts to people inside the car.
Have you had a lot of publications and studies about the force applied to people outside of a car?
I don't know if I'd say a lot, but I was an invited lecturer to the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference, where I specifically gave a paper and a series, or basically a lecture on what's called pedestrian impact biomechanics, which was exactly as the name implies, what happens to pedestrians when they're impacted predominantly by cars and vehicles.
How much of your work involves pedestrian impacts?
Probably maybe 10%, 5 to 10%. Most of it's car to cars.
Biomechanics of low-speed impacts. Is that another paper that you wrote?
That is a paper I wrote.
I don't want to read all of your papers and all of your publications, but on a different topic, did you write a paper on the study of the measurement of Generation 2 Toyota event data recorders and low-speed side impacts?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about what measurement of event data means in this article?
So Toyotas, newer Toyotas particularly, have two types of electronic equipment on board that can record crashes. There is what's referred to as an event data recorder, or EDR. It's somewhat commonly referred to as a black box. That's not exactly right, but it's close. And then there's a secondary system, which is really more closely tied to maintenance. That's called TechStream, but it will pick up data that you can frequently relate back to various events. So that particular paper was looking at the event data recorder data in Toyotas.
We'll get more into that subject later, but is it event data recorders subject that you're well-schooled at?
Yes.
In addition to the papers that you've written, have you continued through the years and after becoming a PhD, your research in this area, in these areas?
Correct. For example, every year we're part of a conference called SATI, which is our company, largely led by an engineer, Christopher Fabrice, that we work with, has spearheaded us going out and conducting crash tests for that conference. For 10 years, we did a lot of the instrumentation and crash testing at the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference. And then for a number of years, the company actually went down and did crash testing for what's referred to as the Spine Research Institute down in San Diego. So we've been hired by various professional organizations. We came out here once, the Massachusetts Association of Accident Reconstructionists, I think I'm messing the name up, had a conference. We came out here and conducted crash tests for training other experts out here. We did all the instrumentation, the biomechanics of that crash testing.
In your research and testing, you have pages with dates of the different researches and testing you've done. There's over a dozen of the research and testing items and articles that deal with pedestrians. Is that a common topic in your research and testing?
Yes. So again, frequently at the conference, we're doing pedestrian tests. The last Action Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute conference, there was a series of pedestrian crash tests run there. SAT-TI 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, some pedestrian crash tests that were done there as well. So there are a number of instances on my resume where I have both attended class, and then I mentioned the one time where I gave an hour and a half long lecture on pedestrian injuries.
After you became a PhD or a doctor, do you continue your education and research?
Correct. I've always continued my education and research up until, I just got back from the event data or Action Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute EDR conference, or the Event Data Recorder Summit. My company, through my relationship with the founder of that summit, was a sponsor. So Aperture was actually a sponsor of that conference. We actually sponsored it the previous year as well. And also as part of that, I assisted one of the researchers in conducting, it's called front camera module testing for pedestrian impacts on Chrysler vehicles. General Motors vehicles.
As a biomedical engineer, are there any groups, organizations, or certifications that are important?
I think ACTAR is important. So ACTAR is an acronym. It's ACTAR, and that's short for the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists. And so it's a bunch of professional groups, originally from some concerns, I believe, from the Department of Transportation, got together and set standards for reconstructionists. Again, these are kind of minimum standards. You have to show, you send in your resume, you talk to them about your research, and then if you're deemed qualified, you sit for an examination that tests your skills, day-long test, theory, a practical portion, and then every 5 years you have to have 60 continuing education units to become reaccredited. I've been an accredited accident reconstructionist since February of 1995, and my accreditation is current and active up through today.
So you've been accredited for 30 years?
Yeah, correct.
I don't want to trick you on the math.
No, I never thought about it, but yeah, I guess it has been 30 years.
Have you testified in court before?
I have.
Have you testified in state courts?
I have.
Have you testified in federal court?
I have. Matter of fact, in Boston.
Have you ever testified in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified being called by the plaintiff?
I have.
Have you ever testified being called by a defendant in a civil case?
Yes,
Have you testified in criminal cases?
I have.
Have you ever been called by the state or the government?
Yes.
Have you ever been called by a defendant?
Correct. Public Defender's Office.
In any of the cases, whether it's civil, criminal, plaintiff, defendant, government defendant, does that in any way change your analysis about data, regardless of who or where you testify?
No. I take my job as to be a critical analysis of the data. So I wanted to look at the data as objectively as possible and form conclusions based upon the data, trying to remove wherever possible speculation, try to remove wherever possible reference to testimony. Now, sometimes testimony is the only thing we have, and so we need to rely on it for bits and pieces. But generally, my job is to try and look at data and see what the data shows. I have no dog in this fight. I don't, quite frankly, care. What I'm doing is trying to do a good engineering job, which is looking at the data and drawing sound principles and sound conclusions from the data.
Presently, you said you had a company and you sold it. Where do you work?
It's a company called Aperture. I guess we were acquired or merged into it technically.
How many offices do you know if Aperture has?
Oh, God, I should know that. I mean, we have them in Massachusetts. We have them in, I think there's 3 or 4 in Texas. There's, I think, 4 or 5 in California. So I want to say there's at least, I don't know, 13 to 15.
Do you work at a particular location?
I do.
Where do you work?
Long Beach, California.
Do you work with other people? Do you have a team?
I do.
How many people are on your team?
5.
And what's the team comprised of? Is everybody a PhD, an engineer?
One individual is a PhD in engineering, Dr. Umali, and then I have 3 other engineers and 1 case reader. I guess it's 6 people. I have a case manager as well.
Is there any, do you work interchangeably at the different branches around the country, or do you have your own team in California that you work with?
99% of the time, it's my own team. Occasionally, we'll get a case from another office. I've worked on a couple cases out of the Texas office
Okay.
and maybe a couple out of the Nevada office.
Were you asked to look at any data or information relative to this case?
Yes.
In looking at data and information, do you try to look at a narrow or broad range of information?
So I definitely cast a very broad range. We try and get as much information as possible. And then, weed it down to what is important, weed it down to what is consistent with the data. So start off very big and then get down to sort of the meat and potatoes of it, the important information.
Do you necessarily rely on everything you look at?
No, I certainly consider everything I look at, but I frequently don't rely on everything because sometimes it's not reliable
See.
or it's irrelevant.
In this case, can you share with us materials generally that you looked at in your review?
Sure. Your Honor, may I read from my report?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Reporter, I apologize. It's a lengthy list. Slow? So I have police reports, including the Canton PD incident report, and I have 8 other reports, also the 34 Fairview Road Rams final report, or CARS report. I have the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's residence. I believe that's One Meadows. I have the cruiser cameras, which are the police vehicles, onboard cameras, both front and rear cameras from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I believe 10 different videos. I have photos and videos of the scene from Sergeant. I have photos of the vehicles, 140 photographs of the vehicles lined up together. I have 25 additional photographs of the scene, 18 separate photographs of the scene, 2 photographs of the scene, 1 group of 92 of the scene, 1 group of 50 of the scene, another video showing the cars lined up bumper to bumper, 4 videos of the scene. I have a video showing Miss Reed's vehicle being pulled into the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department. I have a 360 diagram, surveillance video files from McCarthy's, surveillance video files from Waterfall Bar, Canton Police Report, Sally Port videos from Dighton. I have the Lexus Connect Verizon records. I have the alarm.com videos. I have a video of the tow truck arriving at the Canton Police Department. One titled Native Location, John O'Keefe's Phone. Past witness statements. The report of examination from the coroner. Jennifer McCabe's Cellbrite data. Something called Lexus Infotainment. Different past summary testimony of numerous witnesses. have earlier summary testimony of numerous witnesses. The Boston Magazine interview with Miss Reed, a Dateline interview with Miss Reed, a 2020 interview with Miss Reed, lab reports from BODE, the Crime Scene Response Unit Boston, Crime Scene Service Section Maynard, Crime Scene Service Section Southeast, the Criminalist File Folder, Trace File Folder, UC Davis Veterinary Report. I have Verizon records, GPS location records, John O'Keefe GPS points, Axiom cache location, weather reports, medical records, including the Canton Fire Department run report for both Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, medical records for both Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed from Good Samaritan. I have 2 retrograde extrapolation reports, one, and a serum plasma conversion report relative to Ms. Reed. I have the neuropathology report. I have the Orange County Medical Examiner's report, the diagrams, the postmortem toxicology report, and a second same autopsy report, more pages.
In addition to the information that you reviewed, did you on your own go out and obtain information that you thought might be helpful for your review?
I did. So first what happened is I asked for all the information on the case. So I received some information, and then what we do is we start doing our homework. So we start doing the groundwork. So once I received some of the information, what I did was, modern cars have what's called a VIN number or vehicle identification number. It's a unique 17-digit number. So what we'll do is we'll decode that VIN number, and that gives us information about the vehicles. So I did that for Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's 2019 Chevy Traverse. So ran the VIN numbers, used the VIN numbers. It tells us year, make, model, safety equipment, things like that. I then got dimensional data from a program called Expert Autostats. And then I have complete parts diagrams for the vehicles. So I have literally bumper-to-bumper parts diagrams from something called the Mitchell Collision Estimating Guide. And what that is shows parts, involved in the vehicle. So for example, in Miss Reed's vehicle, I have bumper-to-bumper. I certainly have all the parts around the rear bumper and tail light of her vehicle. And then, of course, I started additional work on top of that.
After you began your study, sir, did you have an opportunity to personally look at items that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did that include?
That included looking at Miss Reed's vehicle, looking at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, going to the scene of the incident. I ultimately purchased a 2021 LX 570, the exact year, make, and model of Miss Reed's vehicle, and conducted testing with that vehicle, as well as doing a whole bunch of research and compiling data for my report and slides.
You mentioned slides. When you went through your investigation, analysis, and ultimately led to whatever conclusions you have, did you provide and create a PowerPoint presentation that could assist you?
I did. I provided a PowerPoint presentation on January 30th.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a binder. Would you kindly take a look at it?
Okay.
Sir, does that appear to be a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that you prepared for us today?
It appeared. 141 pages. Didn't look at every page, but it looks right.
Okay. All right, I asked to mark this for identification.
Okay.
MMM for identification.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Dr. Welcher use his PowerPoint presentation to walk us through some of the information he'd like to share today.
Okay? No objection, Mr. Alessi, right?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm looking at a paper version in front of me.
Okay. Is the paper version the same as what we're going to see up here?
It is.
Okay, then that's fine.
Thank you. And Dr. Welcher is going to manage the PowerPoint presentation. Sir, you mentioned that you wanted to look at the area and look at the scene. Your office is in California.
It is.
Why was it important to come all the way out to this area to see the scene firsthand?
Hold on a second.
I'll let you set up before I start asking you more questions.
We went through this, had it working perfectly. There we go.
Okay.
So that's me. No, that's my first slide. No.
I
Again,
have a couple questions for you, Dr. Welcher.
please.
The first is, your office is in California.
Oh, yes, sir.
Why was it important to come all the way out here and view the scene firsthand?
And you want to have as much information as possible. So I wanted to, physically look at all the things so I can actually see with my own hands, my own eyes, lay hands upon it, look at it as best I can. You try and inspect and look at as many things as you possibly can. Sometimes they don't exist anymore, sometimes they're gone, and you have to make a best approximation if you can't do that. In this case, I was able to look at the scene in both vehicles.
Was that an important part of your study, Doctor?
I think so. Again, it's always good if you're going to talk about what happened to the cars or what happened to the people, to look at what happened to the cars, meaning to actually look at the cars, not just look at photographs when possible. So I have physically looked at the cars. For example, in the Lexus, I climbed in it, over it, underneath it. I downloaded data from it. I did a whole bunch of things looking at Ms. Reed's Lexus to assist in my analysis to try and add some further objective data to what we're doing here. So same thing with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Looked at the rear bumper, took some pieces off the rear bumper to see what was behind the cover, to see what kind of damage we did or didn't have. So went to the scene, looked at the measurements of the curb, looked at where some of the lines are on the road because you can see them in some of the photographs. Again, it's always good when possible to inspect everything you can inspect.
If you could now begin and tell us how you started your investigation.
Sure. So on September 23rd, I had an opportunity to come out. Mr. Brandon, was the first time I ever met you on that day, I believe. And I had received material before that. And what you see here is, this is my inspection of Miss Reed's vehicle. In the upper left photograph, you'll see, oh, this doesn't work very well. Upper left photograph, that's Miss Reed's vehicle, that's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, the Chevy Traverse. And then what you see here is a laser scanner. You can see it on the ground here. Laser scanner is creating a 3D model of the vehicles. So I use that to create a 3D model of the vehicles. You can see me in the upper right photograph. That watch is this watch right here, my Garmin watch. And what I'm doing is looking at the construction composition of that right rear corner of the bumper. I'm looking at things such as the dimensions, where various lights and components are, and how does the geometry of that bumper relate to things that would be hit when backed into.
Dr. Welcher notes that this is 9/23/94. Is that an accurate date of when you came and first started looking at the vehicles in the area?
You said 24, correct?
I did.
You said 9/23/24, correct. And then on the slide, what I tried to do is underline what I'm doing. So this is inspection of the Reed Lexus. And as noted, I'm only showing you a couple. I actually took 445 photographs.
Do you remember when you began this case? the month or the date?
No, it was obviously before this, I had material before I came out to look at the vehicles.
You think it was months before this?
I don't think it was months, no, it was maybe a month, if not less.
So you began your work in the fall of 2024?
Correct.
And I just want to ask you about the picture in the middle. You see the right taillight housing is missing. Did you
Correct.
understand that had been removed prior to you looking at the car?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. However, some of the evidence stickers, these white stickers here, were still on the vehicle.
You did not place those, did you place those stickers on yourself?
I did not.
Were they there when you first saw the car?
Correct. They match what I'd seen in other photos.
Thank you.
So just continuing on, so what you see is, again, I mentioned looking underneath the bumper. So we wanted to see what, if anything, was damaged on the corner. So I'm putting my hand to show where the frame rail ends. This is me looking up underneath to the back side of this taillight. If you can see, this red taillight actually sticks out. And so I'm checking the front here for damage. I'm checking the back for damage.
1 second, please. Okay, Doctor, when you were looking for damage on the previous slide, did you find any damage to that lower right red taillight?
No, there was no damage to the taillight.
The middle picture is from the inside, looking at the inside of that taillight. Was there any damage to the inside of that taillight?
There was not.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So again, looked at the height of it. I mentioned this lower taillight. Notice how the structure of the bumper protrudes out. You can see one of the marks, which is consistent with the contact to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Here, this scratch mark, or scuff mark. Notice how close it is to this light. Again, some of the evidence, stickers. Just a better view of those, then going down the side of the vehicle. So with all that information, I mentioned a laser scan. So you move this laser scanner, and each minute and 51 second scan is collecting about 50 million data points. And so you scan all the way around, and then what you do is you merge all that data together. So even though this looks like a poor photograph, what you're seeing is hundreds of millions of photographs, hundreds of millions of points. And so you literally can figure out, you know, if you wanted to know the distance from this lug nut to where the lighter is on the ashtray, you could probably do that to an accuracy of about 2 to 3 millimeters. So really, you know, taking tons and tons of data. So it knows the exact position of every one of these millions of data points, and it knows the color associated with those data points.
Why is that data imaging so important in accident reconstruction?
You want to have an accurate model of the car. So, I mean, you probably don't need literally that many points to get an accurate model, but that's just the nature of the way the science is going. Computers are getting better and faster. Scanners are getting faster. So you get an enormous amount of data when you use these scanners nowadays. So then, as indicated on the underline here, I did a CDR. That's a little different than what you heard me say before. CDR is crash data retrieval. So that's the hardware and software that you use to download or actually copy or take an image of, which means you're just taking an image off what's on the vehicle, the EDR, which is the event data recorder. So you use the crash data retrieval hardware to download the event data recorder, otherwise commonly known as a black box. So I downloaded the black box from this vehicle, and although you can hardly read it here, again, I mentioned there are two systems on this vehicle. This is the CDR system or EDR system. There's also the text stream. The EDR system, this system is primarily to manage the safety components, protect the occupants of the Lexus. So things like fire the airbag, fire what's called a pretensioner, keep track of the severity of the crash to decide whether we need to fire the airbag. So it's not really designed for pedestrian impacts. So when we downloaded this vehicle, we got what's called a none file. A none file simply means that there's no data there. The system's working properly, we had no fault codes, but for a car hitting a pedestrian to cause a file here, this is really more designed for car-to-car impacts, something that's going to have a significant impact on the occupant of the Lexus. And again, the Lexus is 6,000-pound vehicle. Mr. O'Keefe's only 216 pounds. So it's not going to register from hitting a pedestrian.
Were you surprised that there was no information about a collision in the EDR?
No, it's exactly what I expected. Okay, I mentioned the second system. So as underlined up here, this is the tech stream. So this is from Toyota tech stream data. You can see the screens here. There's generally two types of files, what's called a vehicle control history and a PCS file. The PCS file is the, God, I forgot the name of it, the protection system. So I also looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. PCS is pre-collision system. Looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, same thing, took a series of photographs, laser scanned it, looked in it, underneath it, behind it. I mentioned taking some of the bumper parts off. So I took this rear cover off here to look at the damage behind the bumper cover. Most cars have what's referred to as a face bar. That's that piece of metal that you see here. And there's a piece of energy absorber here. That's your face bar. So I'm looking to see if there's any damage to that. There was no damage to that.
Before you go forward, I want you to take a couple steps back because I want to ask you some questions to explain
Please.
tech stream data. Could you go back a couple slides, please?
Sure.
Okay. You mentioned that in the EDR, which is similar to a black box, there was no information found. And then you mentioned a different system, the tech stream. Can you make it clear for us how these systems are different and where they're stored on a motor vehicle?
Sure. A lot of data is stored in a similar location. The tech stream system was originally designed, according to Toyota, for maintenance issues. It seemed to come about around the same time Toyota was having problems with sudden accelerations or allegations of sudden accelerations. So the tech stream data or vehicle control history will give you information when there's, for example, excessive acceleration or rapid shifting of the vehicles or rapid steering of the steering wheel. So the statements are that that's designed to help the maintenance people, if you come in with a problem with your vehicle, to diagnose what that problem is. It has a lot of utility in accident reconstruction because if you jam on the brakes before a crash, frequently the tech stream data will record the crash.
You mentioned Toyota a number of times. Could you share with us the relationship between Toyota and Lexus?
Sorry, in my mind, they're the same thing. Toyota and Lexus, obviously a little different, but Lexus is basically made by Toyota. So Toyota and Lexus has the Lexus safety system, Toyota has the Toyota safety systems, which you both read with the tech stream data.
The tech stream data, in this case, does it play an important role in your analysis?
I think so, yes.
The tech stream data, did you independently download that data yourself?
So I independently downloaded it, and then I also ran a test with Miss Reed's vehicle, and I created a new tech stream file so that I had a stamp in the ignition cycles of what the current ignition cycle was. So I did a sudden acceleration test of the vehicle.
On the Lexus or on the exemplar vehicle?
On her Lexus.
When you did the downloading, why did you do it yourself?
Again, you, whenever possible, want to be the one that does it, make sure it's done correctly, and be able to say, hey, how do I know that's from that vehicle? Well, I know because I was the one who did it. And so if I get it from someone else, then they frequently have to bring that person into court to say the other ones that did it, so then I can use it. So if I do it myself, it eliminates that problem, and then I have no concerns over where it's coming from. So then I know hey, I did it, this is the right car, this is the right program.
You left us at slide 10 when you were inspecting Mr. O'Keefe's car?
Correct. So again, simply a blue arrow indicating that I looked down behind all this stuff, took measurements of it, and then similarly, I have a 3D point cloud of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So part of the reason we're making these 3D point clouds, and we'll touch on this further, in addition to the scene, you can then basically put all these things back together in the computer. So instead of having to drive the cars to the scene, for example, or to Mr. O'Keefe's residence, you can take these computer models and additional data and put it back in the computer and reconstruct everything on the computer. So before we had the exact angle of impact, again, this is for looking at when Ms. Reed contacted Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle backing out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at One Meadows. I lined them up just to generally show the approximate location. A couple things, notice how, again, this lower portion of the Lexus bumper sticks out. Notice how the side of the Chevrolet slopes in as you get higher up. So this portion sticks out more than this portion. And this is where you would expect any contact damage to occur, assuming there was an impact. So again, looking at the measurements up the height of the vehicle, of course, as you indicated, Mr. Brennan, the taillight's gone. And then went to the scene. So same thing, went to the scene, took, again, 297 photographs of the scene, had our people scan it to create a computer model of the scene. So, literally, if you wanted to know the distance from this window to, say, some manhole cover on the road, we have the data to figure that out, down to a couple millimeters.
In addition to going to the scene and doing the digital mapping, you mentioned other review of materials. Did you have an opportunity to review dash cam footage from Canton Police Department police vehicles to see the general location of where Mr. O'Keefe was when first responders were assisting him?
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the text stream download. So this is a screenshot from the text stream download. Keep in mind, this is kind of maintenance software. So we're looking at a number of things in the maintenance software. What we see is, and this is noted in the report too, that when the vehicle gets into the Canton Police Department after this event, you can see the mileage is 12,665 miles. So that shows up in Trooper Paul's report. It shows up in the photographs, and it shows up as matching the mileage in the text stream data, both at triggers 1164 and triggers 1167.
I'd ask you if you can enlarge the data on the right and break down what it actually means, the different columns and the... Is it possible for you to enlarge that?
My fingers are too fat.
Thank you.
Okay. So what you're looking at is what I called event 1162. If you see anything in blue on these charts, that's information that I added. I typically put my initial, JBW, Judson Blair Welcher, that's me. And so this is referred to as the key cycle trip. So key cycle is simply you turn it on, not necessarily turn the ignition on, turn it on, turn it off. That's one key cycle. So I labeled this one 1162-2 because there's also one that's on the same key cycle that I'm calling 1162-1. The system also records the mileage. So again, this is a maintenance system generally. So what you see is the T here is the trigger, and there's a point. So this time in the text stream data, you could think of it as like a stopwatch. It's when it starts when the car turns on and stops when the car turns off. And then if it sees a triggering event, a T, it records that information. So this is when the trigger happened. So that's 1,142.2 seconds. And so I've converted that to minutes and seconds, because most people don't think in seconds. And so what it also does is once it sees a trigger, it's constantly circulating data through the computer. So when it says, okay, we have a trigger, it saves 5 seconds before the trigger and then 5 seconds after the trigger. So the trigger's in the middle, and you have 5 seconds of data before and 5 seconds of data after.
I have a couple of questions for you,
Please.
Dr. Welcher. First, starting with the clock, the time in seconds on the left. You mentioned that begins when the car is turned on. What type of clock is that called?
It's just a continuous clock, meaning it's not a clock like a time clock, it's more like a stopwatch kind of clock.
Has it ever been referred to as a running clock?
It's the same thing. You start the stopwatch, it's running.
Based on the text stream data alone, found in that one spot, can you tell from the data in the text stream alone what time the power was turned on?
No, not alone. It simply tells you how long it's been on. It doesn't necessarily immediately tie it back to a clock time. You need additional information.
And so this in and of itself, the text stream data doesn't give you a certain time on a clock, like 1 o'clock or 2:30, anything like that.
No, it simply tells you in this case when the trigger occurred, it's been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds.
You also mentioned that there is a 10-second window of information this captures, 5 seconds before the T and 5 seconds after the T, the triggering event.
Correct.
Sustained, ask it differently.
That window of 10 seconds, what happens if that doesn't capture the entire event? What if there's something before or after? What does the text stream data do?
So it depends on what the something is. So if there's another trigger, then it will record more data. So you can have 2 triggers that are recording things on the same time window as well, or very close to the same time window. So you need another trigger to keep it going. But in essence, what it does is when it sees a trigger, it saves that 10-second window and then just keeps monitoring things until it sees another trigger.
If the data captures a trigger, and it has a 10-second window, and an event continues past that 10 seconds, or past the 5 seconds on either side, and there's no further trigger, do you get any other information from the text stream data?
No. For example, in the trigger event, and say 5 seconds later the vehicle's still moving, well, the data just ends. And it says it's going, I don't know, 17 miles an hour, for example. It doesn't continue on. We just know that when the trigger ended, it was going 17 miles an hour.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so we have mileage recorded in this system. So what we're trying to do is use the available data to see if we can determine, like what event this is, or is this the event, or is this something that could have occurred outside 34 Fairview on the evening of this event. And so one of the things we're utilizing is the mileage. Okay, so 12629 is at the end of event number 2 on the 1162 ignition cycle. When the vehicle ultimately comes into the impound yard, and this is actually before that, comes into the impound yard, it has 12,665 miles. That's a difference, did the math for you here, of 36 miles. Okay, let's consider where that could have come from. So we looked at the various paths and descriptions of where Miss Reed's Lexus was driven after leaving 34 Fairview on the night of this event, up until the point in time the vehicle ended up at the Canton Police Department. So we used Google Maps. We adjusted for the correct date and time of the year. And then what you'll also see is we adjusted for the correct time of day. So, although you can't really see that, let me see if I can blow it up. So you can see that's looking at the mileage and time. Again, really didn't use the time, just used the mileage on Saturday, January 29th at around 12 a.m. That, of course, does not take into account the weather.
And what are the addresses? It's hard to see on the top from where to where?
So this is from 34 Fairview to 1 Meadows Avenue, which is Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And there are other mileage that you have there?
Correct. So we basically ran through the entire path as we understood it. Again, we didn't have complete information. We didn't know the exact roads. We didn't know if turned around, stuff like that. So you're seeing the suggested available paths, and we end up with a range of data. So we go through all the paths, and you can see that this is what we end up at the bottom here, which is very hard to see. So the minimum suggested route is 36 miles, 36.1 technically. You have a range of 37.9 to 39.7, but again, that's right in the range of the 36 miles. So that's a data point that's starting to build our confidence in what is in the text stream data being related to our event.
This is all an effort to match whether or not the 1162 data is relevant to a particular event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Let me ask it this way. Matching all the distances by miles, is this the only way you're trying to determine whether 1162 is the event in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No. So again, these things are all tools. You can't take necessarily one data point in a vacuum. You need to consider the totality of the data. Which is what I did. So we mentioned the continuous clock that was in there, or the running clock that was in the vehicle. So what you see over here.
Could you enlarge that for us, Doctor? I hate to
I
interrupt,
am
but
doing that right now. You can see we have the time, and again, I've converted it in blue to minutes and seconds. This is the first trigger on that key cycle. So on key cycle 1162, there was 2 separate events. The vehicle keeps a continuously running clock. So we're able to see the time each event occurred relative to when the vehicle was started and the difference between the 2 events. Okay. So at trigger event 1162-1, we know that the ignition has been on for between 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds. or that's when the trigger is, sorry, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds. Again, the trigger has plus or minus. So that's from 10 minutes, 52.8, plus 10 seconds, which gets you to 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds. Or, as I wrote here, 10 seconds total. So again, the text stream data indicates at the time this event was written, the trigger occurred, again, at 10 minutes. You see we have the T, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds.
Dr. Welch, if I could ask you a couple of background questions. This block of time that you're reviewing that mentions two triggers, can you tell whether those triggers are immediately related or two separate events?
So you can tell they're separate events because there's a separate amount of time between them. There's about 8 minutes between the events. And so they're on the same ignition cycle, meaning the vehicle hasn't been turned off in between. And we have this continuously running clock that records when these things occurred. So it tells us when event 1 occurred, when event 2 occurred. We know it's on the same ignition cycle. So if we have some idea of when the car was turned on, we can then tie that back to clock time or real world time. Okay. So lots going on here, right? A lot to digest. This is trigger event 1162.1. I was provided with data and a report from Mr. Burgess that indicated the infotainment system was turned on at 12:36. Zoom in for you folks. That corresponded to a GPS location that looked like it was outside the Waterfall Grill on Washington Street. So additional cell phone data that we had is that we knew there was a 3-point turn made when the Lexus passed Fairview on Cedar Crest, pulled into a driveway and made a 3-point turn. So what you see over here is GPS data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And with that information and knowing when the system turned on, we're able to now tie the text stream data to a real clock, meaning what time of day did that text stream trigger occur. So we're going from the running clock to a real world clock. So if you take when it was turned on from Mr. Burgess's report, you can see that the Lexus was turned on at 12:36. You add in the text stream information, you get it at 12:23:38. And now we have a cell phone data point at 1:54. So at the time my report was written and these slides back in January, that was all the information we had in terms of data point 154. That was the one that was closest in time to it. So we had since received additional information.
Dr. Welch, let me ask you a couple questions, and if you can zoom in a little, we might be able to see it a little better from here.
Where would you like it?
If we can start at the top when you explain in text. You told us that the text stream data does not have an actual clock, it has a running clock, like a stopwatch.
Correct?
And then you mentioned that after you received information from Mr. Burgess, you could put an actual time onto it. How do you do that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You shared with us that the text stream data runs on a running clock.
Correct.
And then you received further information so that you could actually identify a time. Where did you receive that information from?
The objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
That was from Mr. Burgess's report.
And do you know where that information came from?
That came off the SD card, I believe, in the infotainment system.
Do you know when Mr. Burgess found the SD card on the infotainment system?
No, I'd have to go back to his report. But it was in it, this information was in his original report.
Based on the SD card information about when the car was turned on and off, How do you match that with the text stream data to get a time?
So when the car is turned on, that's approximately when the running clock starts in it. There may be as much as a 3-second delay in it, but that's approximately when the clock turns on. So this shows us when the stopwatch was started for the text stream data. So knowing that, that infotainment system has date and timestamps on it, so that ties it to a real world clock from GPS information. And so now we can, when that infotainment system turned on, it's very close in time to when the text stream data started recording data. That allows us to tie the two together.
The times that you're showing on this slide, does that relate to the first or second event on the text stream data, the first or second triggering event?
The first event.
Do you characterize the first event in any way?
I call it the 3-point turn.
In addition to the data you analyzed, was there any other information you saw that evidenced or supported that a 3-point turn occurred at the area depicted in your slide?
Right. We have a whole series of GPS data with heading angles, as well as a description that Ms. Reed gave in an interview.
The time that you have after you consider the SD card ignition on and the running time, what clock is that based on?
It's my understanding that's a clock in the infotainment system. And then we're ultimately trying to also tie it back to the clock on his cell phone.
Mr.
O'Keefe's cell phone, correct.
Do you have any understanding whether all devices have the exact same clock?
So it's my understanding they do not. In my discussions with Mr. Burgess, reading reports, that they can have, there can be as much as 30 seconds to a minute of variation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Have you ever heard the,
Strike, Your Honor, that answer.
Sure, jurors disregard that answer.
have you ever heard the term variance before?
I have.
What do you understand that to be?
That means differences from the answer,
I'm sorry, differences from what?
from typically the correct answer. Like meaning that a given data point has variance in terms of how it's measured, when it's measured. So different measurement device can have a different variance around the actual true number.
You mentioned on this slide a time of 12:23:38.
Correct.
In O'Keefe's cell phone data, at .154, approximately 12:23:58.
Correct?
Is there a difference between the clock on the Lexus text stream data and that of Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
There is.
When you developed the slide, did you have the benefit of more detailed information about data point 154?
I did not receive that until May 8th.
Did you later learn more information, more specific information?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to show an exhibit to Mr. Welcher that's already been admitted.
Okay.
It's 192A. Ms. Gilman, can we start with 192B? Dr. Welcher?
Your Honor, can we approach on?
Yes, we'll come over.
Thank you.
Dr. Welch, if you could take us back to slide 30. And so we understand you mentioned there were 2 triggering events. Is this the first one or the second one?
The first one,
Is that the one you've labeled the 3-point turn?
correct?
And where did that happen? What street?
Cedar Crest?
At this 3-point turn triggering event, there is a time in red, 12:23:38.
Correct.
Where is that time taken from?
That's coming from the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe at .154.
Okay. And is there another time on there?
I mean, I do the math between those two.
Okay. Could you make that a little larger? Could you zoom in so we can
Sure.
see it better?
So there's an infotainment time of 12:12:36, I guess another time, to answer your question. Then we
And-
have,
The 12:12:36, what does that indicate? What's that relevant to?
that's when the text stream data basically turned on, plus or minus a little bit.
When you say the text stream, is that relative to when the car turned on?
Correct. Sorry.
Okay.
So when the car turned on, then we add the time for the trigger. So what we have is we have data in the text stream that shows the speed, the position, the steering of the vehicle on that trigger. And so we're trying to match the timing and the description of what the vehicle was doing with the text stream, the infotainment, and the cell phone data.
Is the data that you analyze regarding the speed, the direction, and the timing to determine whether this was consistent with a 3-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. And if you can enlarge that, because it's hard to see back here.
Sure is. Okay, so again, we are looking at event 1162-1. The information in blue is speed. It comes out of the text stream in kilometers an hour, converted to miles per hour, feet per second, looked at the total distance traveled, shift position. So in the text stream data, a shift position of 1 indicates you're in drive. A shift position of 2 indicates you're in reverse.
There's no zeros. What would a zero indicate?
0 is usually neutral, and I believe 3 is park. So there's also data on the acceleration of the vehicle. So basically, what is the effect of whatever you're doing in terms of stepping on the gas or not stepping on the gas? And then there's also information on the steering of the vehicle. So again, there's trigger 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. So over here, a positive number equals a leftward steer. So you can see we have in the forward velocity or forward motion in drive, goes forward with leftward steer, stops, shifts into reverse, and then continues with the rightward steer back.
Could you take us over to the left of that data? When you look at the number 1162-1 as an event, can a key cycle, or when a car is turned on, power ignition on until the point is turned off, whatever amount of time, can it have more than one triggering event?
Yes, you can have lots of triggering events. In this case, it has 2. On a key cycle 1164, there's 11. On 1167, there's 10.
If you could move a little bit to the right on this, is there something you can see on here that caused the triggering event, some of the data?
Yes. So if you look at the triggering, the indication of what this trigger was, what you see is accelerator opening ratio, which is basically, you can think of it as how much you're stepping on the gas pedal. And so if it exceeds, in this case, 30% quicken time after shifting into reverse, that tells the system, hey, we might need to start recording this data. So what you can see, it went into reverse, and then within a very short amount of time, the accelerated pedal went above that 30%. That's what caused the T or the trigger in the text stream data.
The row next to the 31.5, engine RPM data, can you explain to us what that is?
Sure, that's how many revolutions per minute the engine's turning.
The more gas, is it generally the higher the RPM?
Correct. There's going to be a little lag. Your car doesn't move instantaneously. You have to step on the gas, then the RPMs go up, and then it starts going faster.
If you could explain to us the total distance and distance travel columns, how do you read that?
Sure. So we know the speed at various times. We know from this data that there is, you can see half a second between each one of these timestamps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 data points at half a second. That's the 5 seconds of pre-crash data. So if you know you're going so many miles per hour, again, I converted it to feet per second. Feet per second, you're going so many feet per second for half a second, for example. You just multiply those two together and it tells you how far you went. So what I'm doing is looking at speed traveling during the interval, that's during this short time period, and then I add it all together here for total distance traveled.
You mentioned that when the data is captured, it's limited to 10 seconds. When we look at the top row of JBW vehicle speed MPH, it's 9.94. Is that 9.94 miles per hour?
It is.
Can we tell whether it was going faster or slower before this data?
We generally cannot. I mean, you might have some, it looks like it's slowing down. And then you see right here, this brake switch application. So you have two things relative to braking. You have the brake switch, which is simply whether the brake is on or off, just enough pressure to make the brake light come on. And then you have brake oil pressure, which gives you some idea of how much pressure is in the system, which is a rough indication for the braking. But then what you see here is the longitudinal acceleration or deceleration. This gives you some idea of how much the vehicle is speeding up or slowing down. So generally a minus sign is a slowing or accelerating in reverse.
And for the bottom of those columns, I'd ask you whether or not at the beginning of the window, if you had any other information, is it the same situation for the end of that window that's captured?
Correct. So at the end of this window, you can see it's still going about 8.7 miles an hour when the trigger stopped. So after that trigger plus 5 seconds, the system said we no longer need to monitor it. Things have returned to an okay state. And so then it stops monitoring the system.
Based on your analysis and review and looking at this data, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or when this event occurred as it is portrayed in the data?
Yes, I did.
And could you share with the jury, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, when did this occur?
So this, you want time-wise or location or both?
Start with location, then time.
So it happened on Cedar Crest. It happened between cell phone data points 154 and 155. And it's a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. And it occurred, according to the text stream data, about 12 minutes, 23 seconds after the vehicle was turned on. So.
And do you have an understanding of the variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes,
And what is that variance time?
21 to 29 seconds.
And so the Lexus clock at 21:23:38, what time would that put Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please. give you a 10-minute break because we went right through our, so 10-minute break and then we'll go again until 1 o'clock.
Jurors, right this way. Please rise for the jury.
And Dr. Walker, you can just. Thank you. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
session, please be seated.
All right, so Mr. Brennan, you can continue. The objection's overruled.
Dr. Welcher, could you take us to slide 30? Could you zoom in a little bit on the right photograph and the text under the right? Okay. You were explaining to us the time relevance of 12:23:38. And could you tell us again, remind us, what is 12:23:38 referring to?
So 12:23:38 is syncing the text stream time to real world time. So we know how long the text stream is on, we know when the vehicle was turned on, so we're adding those two together. So if you add the 12:12:36 to, for example, 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds, for when the end of the trigger is, that gives you 12:23:38. So the end of the trigger in real world time, no longer in the running clock, is now 12:23:38,
Based on the infotainment clock?
based on the infotainment clock
And that's from the Lexus.
from the Lexus.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
And where's that from?
The Lexus.
Thank you. The 12:23:58 number, what's the significance of that?
So that is Mr. Keefe's cell phone data at point 154. Again, from the original data we had just at 154 and 155 and not the in-between points. So
And at the bottom in parentheses, explain to us what that means.
sure, if you look at where the text stream math works out to be, 12:23:38.8, and compare that to 12:23:58, the difference between those two is 19.2 seconds.
The difference between which clocks?
Between what the text stream infotainment system would show compared to what point 154 on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone is.
And based on new data, do you now have information about what the variance, the difference is between the clock on the Lexus infotainment and the clock on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes,
And what is that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow that?
it's, you need to advance the text stream clock 21 to 29 seconds.
You need to advance it 21 to 29 seconds for why? Why do you need to do that?
Because the cell phone is ahead 21 to 29 seconds.
After you advance the text stream ahead 21 to 29 seconds, can you then compare the information, the time that's coming from the infotainment system Lexus to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone from his iPhone?
Correct. That's what you need to have an apples to apples comparison. You need to get them on the same time clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You can proceed.
So I think we left off here. So that's 1162-1. So what we have is we have the cell phone data, the original cell phone data on the right-hand side. And then from that text stream data, we have whether it's going forward, we have the speeds, and we have the steering angles. So from that information, we ran a simulation to show you what the text stream data means. This is what the 10 seconds of data is. And again, just because the simulation stopped, that's just where the text stream data ends. Again, as we showed you earlier, the car's still moving, that's just the last data point we have. So what that text stream data shows is matching a 3-point turn on that Cedar Crest Street. So we have the vehicle motion, the timing data consistent with the interview statements about making a turn, 3-point turn.
Can you take us back to the data chart and show the 2 points that you just mentioned, the turning, where is that reflected in the data?
Sure, so you can see
You'll have to enlarge that, I'm sorry, Doctor.
column N That's the shift position. So that's looking, we start off going forward right here. And you can see at the start of the simulation, we're going about 9.94 miles an hour. And then as you start a 3-point turn, you generally start, in this case, if you're going to the left, with the left turn. You're welcome. So you can see we have this steering angle here, then the transmission. So again, we have the brake application. So you're coming in, but you're slowing down, and you get down to a speed of approximately 0. 0, shift into reverse, back up, and then start to turn the other direction as you're backing up. So again, you want the rear to go to the right, you turn the steering wheel to the right, right is negative, and then as you start to pull around and pull forward, you turn back to correct for the steering, and so that's what this shows. So again, if you put it all into a simulation program, the speeds, the shifting, the distance, keep in mind we only have that 10-second window of data, and the steering angle for that Lexus, that's what it indicates.
Can you enlarge the photograph on the right with the data points and explain to us the significance of that?
Sure. So again, what we're trying to do is we have the infotainment, we have a text stream. We're now trying to see how that correlates to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. So we had originally very coarse data points, 154 and 155. There's additional data points between here. So we're looking at how well does our predicted time compare to those two. So with the cell phone correction, you end up with the text stream data at 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. So that's actually right in between these two data points. And so we know 154 was closest, but it's on the right-hand side of the road. 155 is when it's turned around and heading back in the southerly direction. So the cell phone data corroborates the text stream timing data in conjunction with the infotainment system data.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, so we talked about 1162-1. That's the first trigger on the text stream. So we're going to go to 1162-2. So I've highlighted that in yellow. So we're now talking about the second trigger. So this is on the same ignition cycle. It's on ignition cycle 1162. We have that same continuous running clock, but we've now synced it to real world clocks. So instead of the running clock, we now have some information on the real world clock. So at this time, we know the ignition has been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds. So at the trigger, 19 minutes and 2 seconds. And again, we have 5 seconds either side of that. So between 18 minutes, 57.6 seconds to 19 minutes, 7.5 seconds.
Could you enlarge that, please?
Which part?
That part where your arrow is. You were speaking about the clock. Could you explain that so the jury can see?
Sure. So again, this is continuous from when the time comes on. I just converted it to minutes and seconds here, so you can see how long it's been on. This is the mileage. These are the speeds over here. And this is some information on how far it traveled. And we have the plus minus on the steering. That gives us some information on the steering. Really, there's very little steering going on at this point. Slight leftward steer.
Dr. Welcher, did you determine how long after the first trigger, that 3-point turn, that this second trigger occurred?
Yes. Three-point turn occurred about 8 minutes after.
You said the three-point turn occurred
I'm
after?
sorry, this event, I misspoke. 11.2 occurred about 8 minutes after.
After the three-point turn?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you walk us through this data?
Sure. Okay. So we have the accelerometer data here. I've highlighted a shift from drive to neutral to reverse.
I'm sorry, you're
Again-
gonna need to zoom that in so we can see it.
Absolutely. We have information on the brake switch, brake oil pressure. We have the acceleration data here. And then from that information and using the acceleration data, calculating the speed at which it's backing up. The reason we have slightly different calculations here is we have some evidence that the wheel's slipping on the ground. So we need to use the accelerometer because the wheel speed is simply telling you the speed of the wheel. It's like if you're stationary burning rubber, the speedometer reads a certain speed, but you're not going anywhere. But the accelerometer tells you how much the vehicle's moving. So from all that information, we get information on how far the vehicle's traveled. We've done it in terms of total travel distance. We've done it relative to the start position.
I'm gonna ask you to start on the columns on the left and take us through the information that you have regarding this second triggering event. So if you can scroll all the way to the left.
All the way to the left?
Yep. Okay. So the first column regarding time, could you remind us again what that is?
So again, that's the continuous running clock.
And the second column in blue?
That's where I take that time and convert it to what we more commonly use, minutes and seconds.
And now we have a key cycle event, different than the three-point turn. What's the number?
So this is now 1162-2.
And
So
the-
again, it's technically in the system the same key cycle. I've called it 1162-2.
And the red number next to it to the right?
That's the mileage, so it's actually at the same mileage as 1162-1, so we know, obviously, they're within the same mile.
If you can scroll over a couple of columns. From your data, can you tell during that event how far the Lexus traveled during
Yes.
that event?
Yeah.
And how do you do that?
So we have accelerometer data, we have velocity data or speed data back here. I've corrected for what you see down here is, and I go through this on a later slide, but right here you can see a significant increase in RPMs, but yet the acceleration is dropping. So what that means is if your RPMs are going up and the speed's going up, that means you should be accelerating more. But what happens because the acceleration is dropping, that means what's actually happened is the wheel's slipping. So what I've done is I've used the accelerometers data to calculate the speed once the vehicle is put into reverse. And once we know the speed, again, feet per second, we know every data point is half a second. So speed times time tells you how far you moved. Feet per second, feet divided by seconds times seconds gives you feet. That's how far you went. So you get how far you went in each interval, then you get the total distance traveled. And so this is relative to the start. So 0 is the start. The vehicle goes forward about 34 feet. Then you can see it basically stops in this area here. Then begins to back up and ends up backing a total of 53 back from where it originally started. So if you add 53 to 34, you get 87. So the total motion, 34 forward, 53 back, the Lexus moved 87 feet total.
Dr. Welcher, when you say the Lexus moved 83 feet total, is that according to the data, or is that the entirety of the movement of that Lexus?
No, that's just from when the data starts to when the data ends. So if you look at when the data starts, you can see that the vehicle is actually going 13.67 miles an hour. When the data stops, the vehicle is still going 23 miles an hour. And you
From
can
this-
see,
I'm sorry.
you can still and see that it's still at 74% throttle. So, you know, this is 3/4 of full throttle in reverse.
So to start with the distance traveled, if you can go to the top, we see that the speed is 13.67. Is that where the data gets picked up?
That's where the first data point is. Again, the trigger is here. This is 5 seconds before the trigger.
Are you able to tell how fast or slow the vehicle is traveling before that data point of 5 seconds before the trigger?
No.
And likewise, on the bottom, the speed, at the end of the 10-second data points at 23.61, can you tell whether or not that speed stayed the same, increased, or decreased?
I mean, considering you're at 74% throttle, it likely increased. How much, I don't know. And you can see that up here, she's on the brake. Down here, she's not on the brake. And so she's not on the brake and at 74% throttle.
And what is the percentage of throttle that has to be initiated to cause a triggering event?
For a shift into rear and a rapid throttle application, it's 30%.
If you look at the next column over, if you can go to the top heading for the jury to see the engine RPM data, could you explain that?
Sure, again, that's the engine RPMs. And so, as I mentioned, you have this jump in engine RPMs and a very dramatic jump in the reported speed of the vehicle. But when you look at the acceleration is actually dropping. So again, that's a telltale sign that the tire is spinning because the vehicle is not being accelerated. And so I've used the accelerometer data. Again, if you just, a process called integration, you integrate the accelerometer data, it will give you the velocity. So what I've done is, it's called piecewise integration to get the speed data that takes into account the tire slippage, and from there calculated the speed or the position at each interval going across the top here.
If I could stop you at your column that says JBW speed at each time step.
Yep.
If you go to the bottom, please. So does your data indicate that the speed is changing at the end of this 10-second event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Is the speed changing at the end of this event?
Yes.
How so?
Well, again, you can see it's increased about 2.7 miles per hour. And again, we know from what I already stated that that last time step, you're still at 74% throttle and you have 0 brake application.
Is it possible from the data to tell how far the Lexus went forward before it went in reverse in total as far as feet?
Not in total, no. We just have this 10-second window. I can tell you what it did during this 10-second window.
Is it possible to tell how far it continued after the data?
No.
The shift position changes from 1 to 0 to 2. Can you again explain to us what that means?
Sure, 1 is drive, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. And then brake switch status, again, a 1 is you're on the brake pedal, enough to activate the brake lights. 0 is you're off the brake pedal.
Each one of those indicators, 1, 0, 2, how much time is for each of those?
0.5 seconds.
So can you tell how long the Lexus was in neutral for?
So again, it only occurs at one time step. And again, there's a little timing issue, like we only have data every half second. You don't know exactly where in that time it was.
Okay, you can continue, Dr. Welcher.
Next slide or continue on this slide?
Unless there's something else you want to point out to the jury on this slide. You can
No, I'm
move to
good.
the next.
So similarly, using this information to then try to tie it back to the cell phone data to make sure we have the real-time information. Again, this was written back in January before I got the additional information. So what you can see is, I'll zoom in. Again, we're now talking about trigger 1162.2. We know that that's 18 minutes that the vehicle has been on, 18 minutes, 57 seconds, 19 minutes, 2 seconds. This is the range. Again, the plus or minus 5 seconds. The 19 minutes, 2 seconds is when the trigger occurred. Infotainment system, adding those two together, 12:36, plus the 19:7.5 indicates the end of 1162-2 is at 12:31:43.
That 12:31:43, is it based on the Lexus clock from the infotainment system?
It is. It would need to be corrected to the O'Keefe cell phone data.
And when you reconcile that variance of 21.29 seconds, what is the time?
You end up with 12:32:04. So if you simply take this and add 21 seconds to it and add 29 seconds to it, so you get between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you reconcile the two clocks and you have that range of 12:32:04 to 12:32:14,
12:32:12.
I'm sorry, 12:32:12, does that simply accommodate the window of data, but not before and after?
Correct. So, again, even on John's O'Keefe cell phone, even within his cell phone, there's somewhere between 21 to 29 seconds difference on his cell phone. So even that one piece of instrumentation has some variance to it. So we know it's between 21 to 29 seconds at this approximate time. So this is taking into account that variance.
So the only time window that you have is based on the data, and that's reflected in the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12?
Sustained.
Is there any other window you can accommodate with the data you have other than that 10-second window?
Yes.
What's that?
So I was given information about a final lock event on the phone.
Let's stick with this window if we can.
Okay.
Since you only have 10 seconds of data, is it possible from the Lexus clock data to have a larger window than this 10-second window?
No, the text stream will only give you a 10-second window,
Okay.
but it doesn't tell the whole story because the vehicle's still moving.
Understood. Okay, continue, please.
So I have this other event, a lock event, and the information I was given that at 12, it's 12:32:09. And so we have the text stream data ending at somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12, which puts this number right in the middle of that, more or less.
Continue.
Is this a good place to take a luncheon break?
Certainly, Your Honor.
Okay, so why don't we do that, Juror? So we'll take 45 minutes for lunch. And again, Dr. Wilson can just call in.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
You are muted.
This court is in session. Please be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Welcher, when we left off, you had given us your opinion on this slide. Could we proceed to slide 35, please?
Slide 35?
I believe the next slide is 35.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when we look at this slide, I'm going to ask you to zoom in, and if we can start from left to right, and we can identify each category as you discuss it, and explain to us the importance of the columns.
So we already touched on this from left to right. The first column is the continuous running clock. Second column is where I converted it to minute and seconds. You can see we're on trigger 1162.2. This is the second trigger. The particular boxes that are highlighted are where there's change. For example, in the upper right, when you're transitioning from drive to neutral to reverse. And then I already discussed this a little bit, but where the wheel's slipping, you can see you have high acceleration pedal application, increase in the RPMs. But when you look at the effects on the vehicle, you can see that it's accelerating less. So that's indicative of slippage of the wheels. And then I simply show at the bottom the math I use to derive all that. So again, we touched on most of this. It's the same slide you saw before, just to show how corrected for the speed.
If you could zoom in for a second, I want to ask you a question about the RPM column.
RPM column, go ahead.
If you could zoom in.
Oops.
You see in the last line, the last piece of data captured, the RPMs changed from 3,200 to 3,300.
Correct.
And the accelerator is fair to say, is that depressed? What's the way you characterize that?
Sustained.
How would you characterize 74? What does that mean?
I mean, it's 3/4 of full throttle. It's 74% of full throttle.
If above it's 74.5, it drops to 73.5 and then back to 74, why is the RPM higher than above?
So there's, again, this data is referred to as being asynchronous. You're reporting it at particular times, but the computer's scanning the network for the data. So it's not all on exactly the same time step. Not only that, but there's frequently, oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
There frequently is a delay from when you step on the accelerator pedal to when that translates to increased RPM at the engine. It takes a little time to build it up or take it down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So similar to what we did on the first one, basically what we did is we took all the text stream data that we had, which includes the shifting, the forward, the reverse, and the steering. Again, there was a tiny bit of leftward steer, and put that into a simulation program where we're simulating what the Lexus will do. So we've taken into account the mechanical characteristics, the steering response of the Lexus. So this is to show what it represents on the left-hand side. So each one of these little hash marks, a different color, represents 10 feet. The red lines show the extent of motion. Remember what I said, it initially pulled forward, then backed up, past its initial spot, and then went backwards further distance. So what this shows is where we simulated this in a program called HVE. So that's the vehicle, the Lexus pulling forward. And then it accelerated in reverse, past its initial starting position, and came to rest right there.
Doctor, when you say it came to rest there, do you
I'm
have
sorry.
data that that the defendant's Lexus stopped there?
No, it did not come to rest. I misspoke. That's where the text stream data ends. As you can see here, it's still going. It's still going approximately 23 miles an hour when that ends. God damn it.
You'll have to zoom in on that so the jury can see what you're referring to. Please.
So again, as I mentioned, the text stream's taking a window of data. It doesn't take anything outside the window. You can see that when we account for the wheel slippage, that the vehicle at the time of the last data point, again, is at 74% throttle, 3,300 revolutions per minute, and is going backwards approximately 23.9 miles per hour. And you can see it's traveled a total distance backwards of 53 feet back from where it initially started, or if you consider where it pulled forward 34 feet and then backed up 53 feet, add those two together from the point it pulled all the way forward. So this is 10, 20, 35, forward. And then it'll go 10, 20, 30, 40, 53 back for a total of 87 feet. So from the maximum point it pulled forward to where it backed up, again, that was 34 feet forward, then a total of 53 back, total travel distance of 87 feet. So went all the way forward where it stopped, it then backed up 87 feet. And when the text stream data stopped, it's still moving. It's still moving about 23 miles an hour, and you're still at 74% throttle and 3,300 revolutions per minute on the tachometer, RPM gauge.
We could turn the light on for a moment. Dr. Welcher, in your analysis of the data and the information you acquired and the evidence that you relied upon, did you come to some conclusions and opinions regarding the defendant's Lexus that evening?
I did.
As part of that opinion, you mentioned that you considered mileage to map distances as one way of mapping the location of the vehicle. Do you remember that?
I do.
If you could provide us with slide I believe it's slide 25. And could you widen the left-handed box a little bit? And you mentioned you measured or you ran information about distances between different routes,
Correct.
specifically regarding Fairview to Meadows, the first box. Do you see that?
I do.
There are 3 different mileage numbers. And then
Yes.
there's streets to the left. Can you explain what's set out in that box?
Sure. It's basically 3 different routes you can go. Sherman Street, Pleasant Street, Washington, and Sherman Street.
When you considered the shortest route, 2.3 miles on Sherman Street, did you attempt to determine how long it would take to travel 2.3 miles, how fast the car would have to be moving or how slowly it would have to be moving to travel 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds?
Yes.
And what did you determine?
So to go 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds, you would need an average speed of 32.47 miles an hour.
What if you took the longest route, 2.8 miles, and you considered 2.8 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds? Did you make a determination?
I did.
Could you share that with the jury?
It's 39.5 miles per hour.
Is that what the average speed of the Lexus would need to be to travel that distance in that
Correct.
time? Now, turning to your study of these tech stream events, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, how many triggering events occurred? How many triggering events occurred in that ignition cycle 1162?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
In 1162, the tech stream recorded 2 triggering events.
And do you have an opinion as to the type of triggering event, the type of movement of the defendant's Lexus in those 2 triggering events?
I do.
Regarding the first triggering event, 1162-1, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, what type of event the first triggering event was?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
The actual trigger was excessive rearward acceleration. The event was during the course of a 3-point turn.
And do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between triggering event 1 and triggering event 2 in that cycle 1162?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between those 2 triggering events?
Approximately 8 minutes and 5 seconds.
And do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, as to the type and triggering event of the second event, 1162-2?
I do.
And could you share with the jury your opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the type of event to that second triggering event?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
It's, again, the trigger event itself was a transition into reverse and then high throttle application. It's a forward motion followed by a lengthy high-speed rear impact, or rear motion.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike that portion of the answer.
Yes, I'm not going to highlight it.
I
So
appreciate that.
get the answer again.
Would you like me to ask the question again, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Alessi, yes, right? I'll strike the previous answer. Go ahead and ask the question again.
Okay. Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, as to the nature of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
Just for the record, Your Honor.
Yep.
Yes.
Could you share your opinion with the jury?
The triggering event was high throttle opening in a transition to reverse. It's a forward motion followed by a higher speed rear motion. And at the end of the trigger event, you're still at 74% throttle.
Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the entire distance captured in that 10-second window during the back maneuver, or 1162-2?
Do I have an opinion about it?
Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, about
Yes.
the entire distance that is captured in that 10-second window of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
So it obviously only captures what's going on during the trigger. It doesn't capture before or after the trigger.
Understood. Do you have an opinion as to just what is captured as far as the distance?
Yes,
And what is your opinion?
that it's 87 feet. So again, the initial forward motion is 34 feet, followed by it backing, crossing the initial point, and then backing up an additional 53 feet.
And finally, regarding this part of your analysis, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, as to whether the defendant's Lexus was decelerating, accelerating, or remaining the same at the end of that data captured at the triggering event 1162-2?
It was accelerating at 74% throttle.
In addition to your analysis of the text stream data, one final question. Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the relative time this backing maneuver occurred with the defendant's Lexus that you just spoke about?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
Sure, it matches the window of the cell phone data for Mr. O'Keefe that puts it in front of 34 Fairview. So the backing event occurred somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12. The
Sir, I
end
now
of the
want to
event.
turn to a different part of your study of this case.
Okay.
At some point, did you try to determine whether there was an intervening event that could have caused damage to the defendant's right rear taillight separate from a collision at Fairview?
I did.
Objection, Your Honor.
So the form of the question is to Brennan.
Okay. At some point, when you looked at the data and analyzed this case, did you consider including or excluding evidence, or did you analyze evidence to reach a conclusion, including or excluding whether there was an intervening event that caused damage to the defendant's Lexus right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
When you started your analysis, what information or claim or evidence did you become aware of that you want to analyze to include or exclude as the cause of that damage?
Sure. So my approach to this case is three prongs. I'm looking at the downloads, the technical information. I'm looking at this backing incident, and then I'm looking at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries and how they relate to the events, potentially. So the second prong, which is looking at this data. So I had a Ring doorbell video showing Miss Reed backing the Lexus out of Mr. O'Keefe's residence at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning. And so we wanted to look at the backing activity and whether that contacting Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, whether that was sufficient to cause, or what damage it could cause, and particularly was it sufficient to cause damage to the right rear taillight of the Lexus.
When you were asked to engage in the study, were you ever asked to reach a certain conclusion?
Never.
Was there ever any influence other than the data and facts on your analysis?
There's never been any influence. The influence, again, it's whatever the data shows.
When you engaged in whatever studies you undertook that you'll explain to the jury, were you given any direction or limitations on what you could or should do?
No.
When you received the information, did you understand, regardless of the result, it would be provided to everybody?
I guess generally, yes. I mean, I go through the data, I give you the results, you do with them whatever you see fit.
And in this case, when you decided to engage in that study, had you had an opportunity to review the Ring video footage from Mr. O'Keefe's home on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Tell us how you went through your study, how you began, and the steps you took, please.
Sure. Probably be best on the slides. So one of the things we first did was to get an exemplar Lexus. What does exemplar mean? It just means I got the same exact year, make, and model vehicle as Miss Reed. So Miss Reed's vehicle is on the left-hand side, taken during my inspection. And then I found this exact same year, make, model, manufactured at the same plant, everything Lexus in Texas. So even though it looks like a European plate, it's a Texas plate. Purchased the vehicle, had it shipped out to California. So I verified that the Lexus is in fact the one I got, the same exact one as Miss Reed's. These are all the standard equipment. Miss Reed's is on the left. My exemplar is on the right. It says Reed Lexus TIS, that's Toyota Information Services, or Toyota Information System. So I ran it through TIS, which is the umbrella program under which TechStream runs. I also ran it through My Lexus, which is the Lexus website, and then started about doing what's referred to as a photogrammetric analysis of the video.
Can you explain to us what a Help me with the word, photogrammetry?
Photogrammatic. We're doing photogrammetry is a photogrammetric analysis.
What does that mean?
It's just a big fancy word to saying you're looking at data in photographs, and what we're trying to do is take two-dimensional images, say you get from video or photographs, and knowing some information about the photographs and some of the dimensions of things in the image, get or convert it to a three-dimensional space. In other words, be able to get exact three-dimensional measurements out of that two-dimensional image. So I had the video, just to show the provided video that I was given. So Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. I don't know if you noticed, but there actually is contact between the vehicles. So one of the first things we wanted to do is determine the frame rate, which is how many video frames are played per second. Your normal kind of video camera has about 30 frames per second. Your standard movie is 25 frames a second. You know, a modern IMAX is like 60 frames a second. The frame rate of the camera, how many images it shows per second, because video and films are just single images played really fast, so it looks like motion. And so determining the time between each frame tells you how much time occurred. So if we know the time between each frame, and then we can figure out how far the vehicle moved, distance divided by time is speed. So we put it through a couple different programs. This is called AMP5. We got 19 frames a second. This is a specific forensic program called Axon Investigate, 19.8 frames a second. This is a publicly available program called FFMS. Same thing, 19.8 frames a second. Another program, Media Info, 19.8 frames a second. Anyways, 5 different sources, we're getting 19.8 frames a second. So then what we've done is add information now. So now that we know how many seconds each frame represents, we now put a clock back in to tie that into time. So it's the same exact video, except we have a frame counter now, and we have a time. So we have some information now on the time between each frame. So here's frame 0. This is frame 265. We're 13 seconds into it. Here's frame 305. Notice you see brake lights on the back wall here. Notice how they're not super red because you still have reverse lights on. Now they all go off. So the Lexus brake lights have been turned off at frame 353. 356. Lexus brake lights begin to come on. 357, they're back on. Lexus comes to a complete stop at frame 369. 384, the reverse lights turn off. So now look how red this is because we no longer have the white reverse lights in it. And you can see the Lexus starts to drive forward. So frame 825, this is after the Lexus has left the scene. But notice the tracks in the snow. So we have very definitive locations for the wheels of the Lexus. We lay over a grid on the various frames. So we then took the images and did what's called clarification, which is where you overlay images from multiple versions or multiple views of the same vehicle, and it helps sharpen the image, but it slightly dulls the color. So you get a little cleaner or crisper image. So here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before clarification, after clarification.
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon my interruption. Could we get numbers of the slides as we're toggling back and forth? Sure. Which one is next?
Absolutely. Okay, I'll make an effort. So slide 76. You're welcome. Going to slide 77. We're going to focus in on this area here. So what we will actually show is where the snow was displaced in these two spots. Spots right across from here and right across from here. If you could focus your attention on those. Slide 77. So slide 78. To bring us all together, we went out to Mr. O'Keefe's residence and took a scan, a laser scan. So you see the laser scanner over here. Laser scanner is right here. Fence hasn't changed position. The camera's changed a slight position. We can account for that. So here's the subject video. We have the correct resolution. There's a new camera. It's going slightly faster frame rate. That just means we have different times between frames on the new camera, but we're simply using it for calibration to the old camera. It's the same container for the MP4, and it's using the same video codec. A video codec is how the computer encodes the video.
That's slide number, please.
Oh, yes, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 79. Slide 79, part 2. So really, we care most about is the resolution. So slide 80, you can see these are what are called control points. So from the laser scan, we locate these various points. So the 3D scanner knows the exact position of all these points on slide 80 in the image. And so what we can do is use this information in conjunction with the video to create a scaled version of the video. So when we have three-dimensional images or three-dimensional measurements, we can then use that to give us some three-dimensional information from our 2D video. So there's the points on slide 81. Slide 82, excuse me, slide 81, second part, we're basically just fading in. So what you see now, if I go back to the beginning of slide 81, this is the picture from the video camera. And then what you see here is, which is barely any difference, and that's because what we've done is we've now overlaid the points from the laser scan. So now each one of these little speckly points, we know the exact 3D coordinates of those. So we can now know the exact position of all these fence posts, all the positions on the driveway, and we can use that to calibrate. Going to slide 82. So using that information, it's called solving for the camera. We verify that we have appropriate residuals, meaning we don't have too much error. Slide 83. Okay, subject video. Then this is the subject video with the control points overlaid on it. That's the subject video where we're phasing in the laser scans of the scene, 84. So this is both on slide 84. I'm just toggling between the point cloud and the video. And what I'm trying to illustrate is how well we were able to overlay the point cloud onto the video data. So for example, if you say watch one of these fence post points up here while I toggle between the video there's a laser scan, there's the video. So we've done a good job. Again, the residuals show that we've done an adequate job of matching the data. Slide 85. So what I'm doing here is toggling between, this is the video of the car. remember I told you I went out and I inspected Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and did a laser scan of it? So we're now taking that laser scan of the video, or excuse me, of the vehicle, and overlaying it onto the car in the video. So this is the video image. That's the laser scan laid on top of it. So we know all the dimensions in the laser scan. We know all the dimensions in the scene of this. We have the tire tracks. We can create and take data points along the tire tracks. Create a map of those. So green is the right rear. Again, the vehicle's backing out, coming, slide 87, coming out this direction, backing here, stopping, pulling. Pulling forward towards the bottom of the screen. Backing out here, pulling forward like here. Slide 88. So this is the Lexus lined up. This is when the Lexus has come to a complete stop. So this would be maximum engagement. Again, this is just toggling frame 88, showing that we have the time and the frame number. 369 on the same slide. We've now overlaid the Lexus laser scans on top of the image of the Lexus. So there's the video image, a still image that we took from the video. And here's where we overlay the laser scan of the Lexus. So we've overlaid the laser scan of the Lexus onto the Lexus. We've overlaid the laser scan of the Chevrolet onto the Chevrolet. And we've overlaid the laser scan of the scene onto the scene. So now what that allows us to do, we now know the position of everything in there. And we've also tracked the position of the tire tracks. So that's what it looks like if you overlay the computer model of Ms. Reed's vehicle onto the tire tracks.
Slide number, please.
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor.
That's okay.
Slide 89, and then I'm just toggling slide 89 where I turn the vehicle off so you can see how the tire positions match up. Another toggle of slide 89. The tire positions line up with where the end of the snow was. From all that information, again, we lined it up in the video, we lined it up in the scene, we have the two vehicles. We can get the exact position of the vehicles when that Lexus stopped. So when that Lexus stopped, that's going to be the maximum engagement. So from that information, we can get the angle of the vehicle. We can get the degree of overlap, the impact configuration. And it's hard to see because of the angles and because these vehicles are not at right angles to each other. The exact contact. Now I mentioned, and we're on slide 94 now, that contact on the rear of the Chevy Traverse. So you can see we actually, I mean, you can't see. So we took a whole bunch of data points within those two areas where the snow got dislodged. And we're looking at where that is. So if you look at that on the vehicle, so this is where it is on the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet. You can see it's about 25 and a half inches above ground, 32 and a half inches above ground. Here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So these marks are kind of, this is the Chevy Traverse words, are approximately right here. Again, I had the opportunity to inspect Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. There's no damage where these marks are. So sure, it knocked the snow off, but it wasn't sufficient to cause damage to his vehicle. We then mapped that data onto Ms. Reed's vehicle to look at where that height is. So you can see the only contact marks are down at the bumper level. I mentioned how that bumper sticks out. This is exactly where you'd expect it. So the only evidence of contact is nowhere near the upper taillight. Now, I emphasize the word upper taillight because it is right in line with the lower tail light. But yet the lower tail light also was not broken. So again, 25 and a half, that's 24 right here, 25 and a half. That's 24 right here, 25, 25 and a half. That's right where that scuff mark was. It's also right at, again, the level at the top of that light. This light is not broken. I've looked at the front of it, I've looked at the back of it, I've looked all around it. It's not broken, and it sticks out further than the light above it. So, using those positions, matching the overlay of the vehicles, we can get the speeds from that. We know where the Lexus is, we know how much time it is between each frame, so we know how far it moved. And so what we know is that when it first came to a stop, right before that, it was going about 0.7 miles per hour. So realistically, somewhere between a half to 1 mile an hour, just to account for some variations, but definitely going 1 mile an hour or less at impact.
Slide number, please.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 99. That's the dimensions. Slide 102. Similar to what I said, no damage to that light, no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's traverse in that area. And then if I could, I would like to go back because I realized I skipped over something. So this is slide 85. So this is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before contact. Huh. I don't know what happened this time. The slide shows that there was snow here, now there's no snow there.
Dr. Welcher, did you look on the driveway after the touching between the two cars to see if you could see anything on the snow at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
So referring to this slide, this is after the Lexus has pulled away. Looking in the snow, I see nothing in the snow.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
Of course I was. I was looking for taillight fragments.
In any of the videos that you have that show Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle after the defendant's Lexus touches it, do you ever see any remnants or shards or fragments of taillight on the ground?
I do not.
When you did your analysis and study, trying to include or exclude this touching as the source of damage to the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight, did you consider speed as part of that analysis?
I did. I considered speed, and then again, knowing we have the positions of the vehicle, we looked at the degree of overlap, and there's only about 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles, which is insufficient to cause the tail light that's recessed in from the edge on the right rear of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet.
Considering all the data and analysis that you did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the right rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus was broken or damaged during the contact with Mr. O'Keefe's car at around 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
That impact did not break or crack that taillight.
Is that your opinion?
That's my opinion.
Is that to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
That's to a high degree of engineering certainty.
You mentioned there were 3 areas of study, and we've been through 2.
Correct.
Could you tell us what you focused on your 3rd area of study regarding this case?
So the third area of study, I'm now focusing in on the injuries, the at-scene physical evidence, taillight fragments, broken glass, things of that nature.
Okay, and when you conducted your studies and reached conclusions, did you, in your PowerPoint, provide slides to help explain your process and inevitably your conclusions?
Yes, sir.
If you can take us through the 3rd section of your efforts regarding this case, specifically your efforts to identify the different pieces of evidence and your conclusions about a collision in this case.
Absolutely. Slide 104.
Please.
So this is a,
Is this 105, Dr. Welcher?
I'm sorry, 105, yes, sorry. Slide 105, this is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, forearm, hand, and wrist. In anatomy, your arm is defined from your shoulder to your elbow, and then from your elbow to your wrist is your forearm, and then this is your hand. So technically, when you say arm, it really means from your elbow to your shoulder. Most people call this whole thing arm. It's actually the upper extremity. Arm is from shoulder to elbow, elbow to wrist is forearm and hand. So you can see I wrote arm and forearm. So arm, elbow to shoulder, elbow to wrist is forearm. So looking at the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, forearm, as well as his hand. So this is me. I'm actually 6 feet, half an inch tall. What you see in the upper right is the coroner's examination report for Mr. O'Keefe. He's 73 inches tall. That's 6 feet, 1 inch tall. At this time, I was 220 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe, at the time of this incident, was 216 pounds. So I took measurements of myself. I'm actually wearing the same make and size shoes as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand of jeans as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand and size shirt of Mr. O'Keefe. You see the Lexus in the background. We have matched the height to the Lexus. What I'm showing here is both my height, and then keep in mind where the height of this wing is relative to my right eye. So now I'm wearing, in addition to the same shirt and shoes, same type of sweatshirt, and actually the same kind of baseball hat. We tried to determine the exact glass from the waterfall grill. Found out they were getting different ones at different times, but I ordered my glass from the same distributor that Waterfall Grill ordered their glasses from. So you can see in my right hand here, I have a glass. Here's a glass. It looks similar. It's from the same location. And then in the lower right photograph, what I've done is I've rolled up my sleeve, taken the sweatshirt off, and I'm going to look at how this contact pattern lines up. So the first set of slides, I'm simply standing next to the Lexus. We know we have a broken taillight. We know how scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'm seeing how those may or may not relate to the height and position of the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, if you could back up one slide, I have a question for you. In the middle photograph, at the top of the Lexus, there's like a rim. What do you call that?
I call it a wind wing. I mean, it could be a wing.
Okay, thank you.
Air dam would be another. Okay, so I then set about to do a little bit of testing with the Lexus. The first test you're going to see is me just walking backwards or actually sideways into the Lexus. What I've done is I've painted the Lexus right rear tail light with what's called grease paint. Kind of sort of like paint, but it doesn't dry. And then I have backed up sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with my arm out, see what the damage pattern looks like. Or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm would contact the rear tail light. So then what you see is I've shown the photographs again. I show the paint transfer onto my arm. The yellow grease paint on my hand was to show where my hand would hit the taillight. And so just kind of me walking slowly sideways into it, the approximate location of the taillight, and I'll line it up with the broken taillight in a second, lines up with the approximate location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Dr. Welch, let me ask you a question. When you're engaging in these demonstrations, are you attempting to try to show exactly how Mr. O'Keefe was struck?
No. So we don't know exactly how he was struck. And pedestrian impacts are extremely sensitive to exact angles. And so where exactly your foot is, whether your foot's off the ground, can have an effect on where you end up after that. We just don't have enough information in this case to determine all that information. We know the taillight was broken. We know the glass was broken. We know we have damage to the rear of the Lexus. We know we have lacerations in Mr. O'Keefe's arm. So I'm trying to see if there's any correlation between all those.
Well, can body posture on a clip or a side swipe collision change the trajectory or the injury?
Of course.
Can the way somebody moves or reacts before impact change it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What are other things that can change the trajectory of the person and the injuries?
So for example, if you get hit and knocked off balance or clipped and knocked off balance, you can take additional steps. That'll affect how far your body travels. If you have one foot on the ground versus the other foot on the ground, affects how the body rotates. If your arm is at 90 degrees or 85 degrees, will affect the kinematics. We attempted to model different possibilities, and we're getting results that were all over the map. Small changes in the pedestrian position give you huge change in the output. And so from the tech stream data, we don't know exactly when in the tech stream data he was hit. So we don't even know the exact impact speed. In most pedestrian reconstructions, you typically have a point where the impact occurred, like where the person was, like in the crosswalk, for example, and they get hit and their tire leaves a rubber scruff. That's called the area of impact or point of impact. You then can look at how far they were thrown and using some laws of physics, calculate how fast the car had to be going. Well, we don't have that in this case. We don't know exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was on the roadway when this happened. Sorry, I'm about to go to the next slide. Oh.
Without having an exact point of impact or an exact speed or an exact body position, are you able to specifically replicate the actual collision in the way Mr. O'Keefe's body would move?
Exactly replicate? No. And again, in terms of how he would move, again, we don't know where exactly on the roadway he started. So in terms of how he moved, that's a function of where he started. We don't know if when he was clipped, he took an additional step before falling backwards. So that will change how far you are off the roadway. So the impact, which you'll see in a second, even at 2 miles an hour, will induce rotation of the body. So depending on the speed, the higher the speed, the more rotation. So if I may, so slide 111, this is simply showing where I walk sideways, how this lines up with the location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Here's the post-contact scuffing on the taillight. Here's a picture of Miss Reed's vehicle on the right-hand side. So now I said, okay, that was me walking into the car. Let's have the car drive into me. I did this at very low speeds. And you'll see, and we'll throw this from two different angles. That's me showing I'm doing test 2. This is from a camera that we have pointing down at it. This is the speed. You'll see it's only about a 2-mile-an-hour impact. But even a 2-mile-an-hour impact redirects me back and causes me to rotate and take a step.
Yes. And what slide is this? I think I just can't see it. What slide is this?
114.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One moment, Dr. Welcher. When you were showing us this video, you walked to the side of the passenger side of the car, didn't you?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was discussing with them what to do,
You were discussing with who what to do.
the driver.
In no way were you trying to imitate or give a demonstration of what you believed Mr. O'Keefe's movements to be.
Oh, no. This speed's just 2 miles an hour. I was having a discussion with the driver about what we needed to do to conduct the test.
So when you walked up to the passenger side, it wasn't to replicate a study or a movement or give an opinion?
No, that walking
simply-
had nothing to do with this case except for me instructing the driver what to do.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry about that.
No apology necessary. Could you go back to the beginning when you were explaining this so we can go through it?
So this is the dynamic test, test 2. So again, this is the view from behind. Just to avoid the confusion, I will start it here.
What speed is the car traveling?
You can see it. About 2 miles an hour.
Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that is the objection that we spoke about.
Oh,
and that I
okay.
would like to go-
All right, so that's noted, Mr. Lassie.
So similar to the other test, this is the post-contact image of the transfers onto my arm. Actually, the yellow paint, you can see from my hand is here. This is from the arm and forearm. Here's the paint transfer pattern.
And that slide number,
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Welcher?
I'm terrible with that.
That's
Slide
okay.
116 now, that was 115.
Thank you.
Slide 116. What I've done is I've taken these yellow lines to show the extension of the components on the rear of the exemplar Lexus. Then I've done this extension of those same components on the rear of Miss Reed's Lexus and shown how the approximate location of the fractures in the taillight match up with the approximate location of the contact of the arm onto the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, do you have any indication of how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was bent, what angle it was bent at?
Not exactly, but for these to be taillight shard fragments, they would need to be in the area of the taillight, but it could be further up. We know from the police photographs that there was a damage to the rear body panel in the area I'm searching here. So it's possible his arm was a little higher up and the glass hit the rear of the Lexus and caused that damage.
In the bottom right,
Excuse me, Your Honor, objection and speculation.
I will strike that last part about the glass.
Thank you, Your Honor.
the purpose of the circle is for what, Dr. Welcher?
To show, in this case, primarily the location of the lacerations up on the arm, the upper part of the arm, and that they match up with the locations of at least the one remaining shard in the rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus.
Looking at the picture of the Lexus, bottom right middle, are there any marks on the Lexus itself that you took note of?
Yes, it's on the next slide.
Thank you.
Actually, it's 2 slides. So there, again, this is the evidence marker. There was a horizontal scuff. We know Mr. O'Keefe had blue jean type pants on. There's a scuff in the area that would approximately correspond to hip level for Mr. O'Keefe.
And next slide, please.
Yes, ma'am, 118.
Thank you.
Did you describe what you saw on the bottom right-hand corner photo as well?
I believe, yes, I did. That's the scuff that lines up with the approximate height of Mr. O'Keefe's right hip. So then I included previous image that you've seen, slide 119, with the reconstructed. You can see where those fragments are relative to the curvature of the taillight. They'd be in the area somewhat centered within the region of the two yellow lines on slide 119.
Is there anything about the photograph in the top right-hand corner that's important? If so, could you zoom in and show us?
So again, it's showing that this is when it's, I believe, in the Sally Port at the police station, showing that scuff on the right rear body panel.
Did you see any similar scuffs in the middle back of the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you see anything notable as far as damage to the middle back of this Lexus?
The middle,
Yes,
like back where the doors are,
with the middle of the back of the car, did you see any similar damage to the middle? or
there
the
were
left?
scuff marks that ran along the bumper.
Okay, continue, please.
So this is just showing his jacket he was wearing, that the puncture marks coincide to the marks on his arm. This is from the autopsy report. A couple things it notes: a 1/2 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee. He's got a laceration on his right eyelid. That corresponds to the height of that rear wind wing on the back of the Lexus.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Sustained.
Thank you.
How tall was Mr. O'Keefe?
73 inches tall, 6'1".
And how high was that wing from the ground on the back of the Lexus?
It was about it's about 5 feet 11 inches, maybe 5 feet 10 and a half.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you notice anything about Mr. O'Keefe's right knee?
I noticed there was a 1/2 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you note how high from his foot that bruise was on his knee?
We don't know the exact length of his knee. The abrasion appears to be right here at knee level. If you go back and look at where my knee is, that would be at the approximate level of the bumper.
And could you focus in on the bumper to show it relative to the height of your knee?
Sure. Oops. So my knee is approximately right here. This is where the bumper is. So the side of Mr. O'Keefe's knee will be in this general area.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm regarding its orientation relative to the broken taillight on the defendant's Lexus?
Yes. Your Honor, may I read my report, my opinion?
Okay.
The location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
After considering these three different subjects that we discussed, the tech stream data, analyzing the touching between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's car, and then your demonstrations regarding the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you consider further evidence in reaching any conclusions as an accident reconstructionist and a biomechanical engineer?
Yes, I did.
Could you turn us to slide 124, please?
So this is some of the location of the physical evidence. Red plastic, clear plastic. His point of rest was indicated to be 7 feet off the roadway. There was a sneaker that was found near the curb. There were various fragments of taillight found in the snow on the morning of the incident, as to the afternoon of the incident.
Could you zoom in on those photos so that we can see the dates?
The date?
Yes.
Oh, sure. So January 29th at 5:46 p.m. This one's at 5:52. One's at 5:59. This one down here is at 5:46. So there were various fragments of the taillight that were ultimately pieced back together and determined to be from Miss Reed's right rear taillight. Additional evidence was found. This is taken on the afternoon of the accident, again, around 5:50 p.m.
Could you zoom in, please, for us?
Sure. So what you see here was later identified as Mr. O'Keefe's right shoe.
And this slide number, Dr. Welcher?
Yes, ma'am, 127.
Could you show us the time and date, please?
January 29th at 5:50 p.m. So a series of photographs. Again, you can see on the right-hand photograph that this is the roadway, this is the curb. The grass will be up towards the top of the right image. On slide 127, the shoe is found, in the roadway, up against the edge of the curb. Baseball hat, again, acquired a same baseball hat. Baseball hat was also found in the snow. You can see,
I want you, before you move ahead, the baseball hat, could you give us a close-up view and also the date and time?
so that's where it's buried in the snow. These were taken on February 3rd. I'm not sure what time it was. There was also red liquid identified, I believe they indicated to be blood, in the snow as well.
And could you give us,
So I'm going to sustain that objection and strike the last part of it.
I
So we
understand.
don't need to come to sidebar, right?
Just describe the color of what you saw rather than what it was.
There was red coloration in the snow.
And could you give us that date if it's different than February 3rd?
I thought that was February 3rd as well.
Is there a date on the photograph to the left?
I don't see one.
Okay. Do you know if those photos were taken by the Canton Police Department?
Sustain.
Do you know when exactly those photos were taken?
I don't, except I have them dated as February 3rd. But I think that may just be the baseball hat photos.
Okay, can you continue?
Then we have photos of a broken glass. Surrounded by red marks in the snow.
Continue, please.
This, by the way, is the flagpole.
And that slide number, please, Dr.
Yes, ma'am, 129.
Thank you.
Slide 130.
Can you enlarge that and explain to us what that is?
Sure. So at the bottom, it indicates where it's from. So this was from a presentation I gave looking at pedestrian injury biomechanics back in 2005. And what it's showing is where what are the most common injuries in pedestrian impacts. So what it shows is head injuries are the most common injury in pedestrian impacts. So on the right-hand side, it's all injuries. You can see of all the individual study, the highest prevalence or highest or most common injury was head injuries. In those that sustained severe life-threatening injuries, again, the highest was also head injuries. So head injuries are very commonly associated with pedestrian impacts. This is anatomical drawings just to help you understand the anatomy. The middle section here is from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy report. The lower right diagram, the green line represents the fracture lines, predominantly here, at least in the base of the skull. So in the biomechanical and forensics just means the legal related scientific industry, there's something called hat brim line or hat line analysis. And what it is it's looking at where the hat line you can imagine is where the brim of a hat would be. And what it is, it's literature that's looking at where head injuries from falls commonly occur.
Your Honor, I move to strike that.
I'll strike, I'm going to strike that. I'm going to strike,
Removed from the screen.
yes, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So that was slide 131.
No, that was 132. I moved it
sorry.
because you said to take it off the screen.
Your Honor, one more request is to agree to not take that into consideration.
So jurors, when I strike something, that means don't pay any attention to it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Continue, Dr. Welcher.
So, Your Honor, I need to go past that slide.
Okay, go ahead, go past it.
This is the next slide.
Okay, if you can continue.
Sure. So I provided peer-reviewed scientific literature that looked at a metric where they were publishing research trying to delineate falls versus blows or assaults. And so this metric is in that scientific literature. They looked at a total of 400 different events, 235 falls, 165 assaults. And so you can see where it says mandible. Mandible is your lower jaw.
Can you enlarge that a little bit, please?
Your Honor, pardon the interruption. I'm moving to strike.
Yeah, let's take that slide down, and I'm going to see you at sidebar, please. Mr. Alessi, Mr. Brennan is going to do this in open court. Just talk to Dr. Welcher for a minute, okay? Is there any objection?
I have no objection. Are we on the transcript or not?
Yes. Right.
Yes.
Okay, I made a minute.
I'm sorry. Dr. Welcher, on the headings evidence, Lexus and John O'Keefe.
Yes.
will follow the next number of slides. Heading.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And they're going to be removed.
No talking, court still in session.
And we're going to remove the heading on each one of the slides. I don't want to repeat what it says, but on each one of them, we're going to put
Thank you. Anything else?
that's all I said. And I'm going to now use the 10 minutes to see if there's anything else in the report to you.
Thank you.
So it starts on page 124? Is that right, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Alessi?
I don't have the whole one in front of me. You have it in front of me.
Dr. Welcher, is that where it starts?
That appears to be, Your Honor, yes. 124?
It starts at 123. I have to start.
I actually have 122 is already redacted, but I have it at 123 as well.
All right, I don't have it on 123.
123 was a blank slide.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have 123 as a blank slide.
Okay. So
So from
124.
Triple M, we do not have that. For 124.
So then it is 120. Thank you.
Yep. What the
124 through 138, is that accurate, counsel?
Checking out. I'm just going to
Chrissy, do you need a break? Do you need 5 minutes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So if you could do that for us,
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Dr. Welcher.
I'm doing it
we
right now.
We can bring the jurors back.
Your Honor, if we could just, now I just want to look at the rest.
Okay,
2 minutes. And then
Sure.
Your Honor asks us to do that.
sure.
Yeah, confer with Mr. Brennan on 1.4. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, I ask you to approach you. Thank you.
Not on the record, Chrissy.
Excuse me, Mr. Brennan. One is this right here.
It's fine.
That's going
Confirm with Dr. Welcher.
Yeah. Your Honor, Mr. Brennan's giving me permission to confer with Dr. Welcher about.
Sure, and it won't be on the record, right?
Yes.
You want it on the record?
Do we need it on the record?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher?
Yes, sir.
Please turn to slide 137. For that opportunity.
Your Honor, you struck one slide. I'm sorry.
I didn't strike us. We struck it subject to going back once the heading's gone, right?
Correct, there may be, depending upon what's in the video, there may be more, that's why we're.
Right,
saying,
but the
everything
ones- All right, so we
So I can go back and show them?
Yes.
I don't want to, in the quarter.
Okay. So are we starting on slide 132?
132, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
May I inquire if Dr. Welch's PowerPoint is ready on the screen?
It looks like it's up. Is it ready, Dr. Welcher?
You got me scared when you asked me that. I need to double check. Yes, I believe I redacted everything and we are on slide 132. Thank you. And by the way,
It appears that way to me, Mr. Alessi, from here.
the battery died on this.
Okay, thank you.
Whoever in charge of. I mean, I brought my own, fortunately, but
Okay, thank you.
actually, no, I can't find mine.
Oh, Ms. Gilman has one.
Oh, backup. All right.
Troy.
Equally bad. These laser pointers do not work on those monitors.
Yeah, we've had that together.
Please be seated, court is in session.
Dr. Welcher, if you could return to slide 132. Actually, 133, Dr. Welcher.
Is that me or? $132 or $133?
133, please. The next one after that.
So we did skip over 132.
We skipped over that one as well. Keep going. There we go. If you can enlarge that just a little bit for us.
Sure.
Now, you mentioned that there was studies that talk about guiding the difference between potential injuries.
Correct.
Can you explain that?
Sure. So I gave 3 papers and someone's dissertation on this issue. They were creating a analysis methodology to differentiate whether the nature and pattern of injuries are more consistent with a fall or more consistent with an assault, or they're calling it blows.
Okay, could you walk us through what this chart means?
Sure. So this is their flow chart in terms of their assessment. So it starts at the very top. You can see they analyzed a total of 400 events, 235 falls, 165 blows or assaults. So what you do is you ask yourself on the first set of arrows, you look at the mandible, the jaw. And M or S, as you can see at the bottom down here, refers to a simple fracture or multiple fractures. A is no fracture. Mr. O'Keefe has no mandible fracture. So that means we go down this row. It then looks at all facial fractures. So these are the bones that constitute the face. So if you have a facial fracture, you go to your left. If you have no facial fracture, you go to the right. So if you have some event, no mandible fracture, no facial fracture, what they've indicated that is predominantly associated with falls and not assaults.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In addition, did you do any further study on the force of a person falling back and landing on their head?
Oops, I did.
Could you
So what I did was I did what are called drop tests. I took an anthropomorphic test device, ATD, which is just a fancy name for a crash test dummy, and dropped it backwards onto a hard surface to look at what happens if you were to, say, fall backwards and hit your head onto a hard surface. So on this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe in the upper left, there's noted to be abrasions above the fracture line in the area. You can't see that at all. You can see noted to be abrasions right here. Your Honor, I brought a hat. That was the one I used in my testing. May I put it on and demonstrate something?
Mr. Lessie,
If you would like a sidebar, or I can
are you objecting?
I am objecting.
That's sustained. No, you can't put it on.
Okay. So I will show you the dummy test I did. Watch when the shoulders hit the ground, then the head hits the ground. It creates kind of an arc path that will drag and slide objects up the head. So if you have something such as a baseball hat, it'll cause it to drag across the scalp, dragging it up to a similar location to where these abrasions are. So here's the testing. Again, this is like the crash test dummies you see on television. This is myself. Me giving me similar instructions, telling them what we're going to do. I said, and watch. Shoulders come in, then the head contacts the ground. What you see is if you fall backwards and land on a very hard surface or hard surface, you'll get extremely high loads on the head. If you compare that to data in the science,
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Enlarge that, please explain what the chart is before you explain it.
oh, sure. This chart up here?
Nope, on the next page.
Right,
You can enlarge it, tell us what it is before you get into the details.
absolutely. So this is actually kind of a famous study that was published, one of the first studies looking at head fracture or skull fracture tolerances. So what you see, the portion at the back of your skull is called the occiput bone. So that bone, if you put your hand on the back of your head, is your occiput. So we're looking at occiput impacts. And what you can see is that when they took cadaver skulls and dropped them from as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, they were getting linear fractures. And you can see even at 40 inches, there is called a stellate fracture. Stellate means star-like. You get a fracture that goes out like a star. So even at a 40-inch drop height, you have sufficient force when landing on a hard surface to cause skull fracture and a level 3 type skull fracture. So Mr. O'Keefe, again, is 73 inches tall. His occiput is about 4.6 inches down from the top of his skull. That means it would fall a total of about 73 minus 5 would be 68, so just under 6 feet. So 72, 4 inches under, so 5 foot 8 inches is the fall height. What is data showing that even at a fall height as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, you can get fairly severe skull fractures.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, regarding your third part of your analysis, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering uncertainty whether or not the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. John O'Keefe on the evening of January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
Before you give me your opinion, I'd like you to share with the jury what that opinion is based on.
Sure. So it's based on the 130 slides you've seen. It's based on my personal inspection of the Lexus, the correlation of the text stream data with the infotainment data, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data. It's looking at, I guess, where the taillight wasn't broken. It's looking at the physical evidence at the scene in terms of taillight fragments, glass fragments, red color in the snow. We have the cell phone data, the location and position of the arm lacerations, the air temperature at the time indicative of sufficient to freeze, the location of the fracture on the back of his head relative to the scientific literature, my testing of forces available falling onto a hard surface, published science on the fracture forces associated with falls. And,
Pardon the interruption, he appears to be reading from the document
I'm sorry, I'm reading from my report.
rather than,
I'm reading from my report.
Can you answer without reading from your report?
Probably it's more complete if I read my report.
Any objection, Mr. Leslie?
I do on this question, Your Honor, reading from a report for this question, so I'm hearing reference to data.
So, try not to read, don't read from your report.
Okay, doke.
Okay, Dr. Welcher, let me ask you again. Based on your analysis, data available, reviews, study, based on the fact that you are an accident reconstructionist and a biomedical engineer, have you reached an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
And could you share the bases of your opinion before I ask you your ultimate opinion?
Sure. So again, you've seen my slide presentation. I've inspected the Lexus. I've looked at where it wasn't damaged. I've inspected the taillight. I got an exemplar Lexus. I ran lower speed contacts to verify that the injury pattern and location on the arm is consistent with the height and orientation of the taillight. I have looked at fracture tolerance data for falling backwards onto hard surfaces. I've looked at the metrics of where his injuries were and what injuries he didn't sustain. I've looked at the cell phone data, and then I've looked at Ms. Reed's interviews as well.
Based on all the evidence you considered, could you share with the jury what your opinion is to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow
I can
them.
answer? Yes, based on the totality of the evidence, DNA, everything I've talked about, that is consistent with that happening. A reasonable degree of scientific certainty that is what happened.
Objection, move to strike, Your
So
Honor.
I'm gonna strike that. I wanna see counsel outside for just a minute. Dr. Welcher, we have to be back tomorrow anyway. Jurors, I don't want to steal time anymore. I don't know what's going on, okay? So, those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and please be very careful with your social media use. So we'll see you tomorrow. Oh, I'm sorry, we're starting an hour late tomorrow, is that what this is?
Yes,
So, we'll start at 10 o'clock tomorrow, and I forgot about this, so we'll see you at 10 o'clock. The court officers will tell you about your specific. So, Mr. Alessi, I will hear you as to your objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you like me to go to the podium or stand?
Right there's fine, and let's try and wrap this all up by 4 because I've already heard you at sidebar.
We'll do so, Your Honor.
That means both of you I'll hear from within the next 5 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. The point number 1 is the question of whether, based upon a reasonable degree of scientific or engineering certainty, he has an opinion whether a collision occurred. I'm going to give a dramatic and accurate example that happens in courts all the time and equivalent. So, by analogy, if the issue is whether or not a defendant has stabbed an individual and caused a certain event, that is the ultimate question for the jury. That question is never permissible in a trial. By analogy, this is the exact analogous situation. The question of whether there was a collision is the ultimate question for the jury. That is why we are having this trial. The defense strongly asserts there was no collision, and there is substantial evidence to that. We are going to cross-examine Dr. Welcher. We are going to put in our own strong case to demonstrate no collision occurred. That's no surprise. It was in our opening statement. This witness cannot, by precedent for years, opine on the ultimate question that is going to the jury. I accept, subject to evidentiary issues, the 2 questions that a biomechanist always answers in these situations. Is the damage to the vehicle consistent with a pedestrian hitting the vehicle? And are the injuries to the individual consistent with being hit by a motor vehicle? Those are the questions that are permissible, not the collision question. It is resoundingly improper in this trial, in any trial where that is the ultimate conclusion for the jury. Yes, an expert can offer opinions, but every expert is bounded by the extent of their opinion, and that opinion on whether there was a collision would invade the province of the jury and the whole purpose why we are here, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan?
So what Mr. Lisi is arguing is that in their opening statement, they repeatedly invaded the province of the jury because they must have asserted vehemently over and over again there was no collision, over and over and over again. And he just told you that when his expert takes the stand, they'll have abundant evidence that there was no collision. This case is about the collision, but that is not the ultimate issue. The ultimate issue is manslaughter or mens rea for second-degree murder, not collision. They don't get to define the prosecution's case. They do not get to define or limit the prosecution's opinions. They have no case law, they have no study, they have no jurisdiction or jurisprudence to say what we are limited to. He's entitled to an opinion. His opinion is not limited to whether or not the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe. That evidence is obvious. It's not whether or not there's damage to the car or Lexus. That evidence is obvious. He also is an enormous part of a biomedical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. He studied the tech stream data. They didn't, he did. And he's entitled to give an opinion. The tech stream data, based on fact and science and data, tells us when, if you put it together with other evidence, and where, when you contribute it with other evidence, this collision actually occurred. We don't have to play peekaboo and close our eyes to the reality of the fact that the evidence supports the conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty that the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe with her Lexus in front of Fairview Road. I am not interjecting the defendant. I always refer to her car, so it is sanitized, her Lexus. I've been careful about that. I don't have to, but I'm very careful about it. He is relying on the tech stream data, the physical evidence, his independent studies. He is allowed to offer an opinion about whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car, or whether the damage to the car is consistent with the injury to Mr. O'Keefe, and he's also allowed to answer, in his opinion, the issue of a collision, putting aside the fact that that was emphasized and repeated in the opening statement, and it's going to happen again when other people testify. It's not our fault that ARCA didn't testify or look into the tech stream data, or they don't have an expert for it. It doesn't belittle or limit that evidence. We expect to ask Dr. Welcher, does he have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m. That is one of the opinions we're going to ask him, nothing to do with the ultimate opinion of guilt or innocence, or whether it's manslaughter or there's mens rea for second-degree murder.
And what was your second? You said that's one of the opinions you're going to ask him. What else are you
I
looking
will
at?
also ask him about the consistent with, whether the injuries are consistent with.
With what?
I'm going to ask him after this part about the difference between a clip or a side swipe as opposed to a full-on injury, pedestrian collision from a front or back of a bumper, and there are further slides to emphasize that point. And so there'll be an opinion regarding that as well.
And you,
Consistency with a side swipe or a clip.
okay, so this is not the end of Dr. Welch's testimony. He's just moving on to another area.
It's close, but it's not the end.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
Your Honor, here's the case. Attorney Brennan said, go to case law, here it is. Commonwealth v. Coleman, 366 Mass 705. And it stands with the proposition exactly that I articulated. I won't repeat it. Secondly, Your Honor, we practice what we preach. I have the ARCA report right in front of me, and I have the report of...
Is that a new one, or is that a...
This is the new one.
Okay.
It's also, the old one is the same. So I can, either one is the same. They do not, Mr. Brennan incorrectly said what our experts are going to do. I don't know why he did that, because he has these in writing. Neither Dr. Wolf or Dr. Rentschler talk about a collision or conclusion. It's consistency. It's those two questions I said at sidebar. And for reference, Your Honor, for the most recent, it's page 15. There is no...
I don't have that report, so I'd like a copy of that report.
Your Honor, a copy, and I also, Your Honor, refer Your Honor to ARCA's existing report, which I'm going to do from memory, I think is February of 2023. 2024 that was done for the U.S. Department of Justice and FBI, where they basically said and gave opinions on those 2 items I spoke to you at sidebar. So Attorney Brennan is incorrect when he says what our experts are going to say or not. We've already committed in writing to what they're going to say. We're consistent. We practice what we preach.
All right, so we will discuss this tomorrow before we start. I'll tell you my ruling tomorrow before we start. I need to go back and see what exactly came in to evidence today. All right, so I'll see you in the morning.
All right, so quickly.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready.